You're about to watch another exciting episode of the Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? Tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. Hope to see you there.
Greetings and welcome to the Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. And a special hello to everyone watching live for the first time. Hello. So glad you could join us. Now do make sure to click the star to follow the channel to get live notifications. I'll see you in the chat during the show. I am Lord Ereban, Keeper of Secrets, and your host for tonight's campaign. Together, we stand witness as our intrepid adventurers face terrible danger and most certain doom in their quest for glory, valor, and most importantly, treasure. Yes. Throughout our time together, you will be called upon to help guide decisions made within the game. In addition to our live chat interactions, those that are brave enough can purchase one of our unique props. First, let's talk about Force cards, shall we? Both Force of Good and Force of Evil are now triggered as Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil. And as we fill you up in your points via the balloons, I'll get to that. As certain thresholds are met, a force card will be given to the team. Remember, good potatoes and evil yams count towards this as well. We'll also discuss that in a moment. There are 10 Force of Good cards and 10 Force of Evil cards that can be triggered each episode, and we'll show you a status update so you know how close we are to the next card. And this is wonderful. The cards get more powerful as they get unlocked. Any leftover progress we'll carry over to next week's show. And you know what else this means? That's right. I want you to submit more Force cards. Head over to the dungeonrun.fandom.com to do so. Now, if you love the show, you can show love. When you buy Show Love balloons, Jeff will see them and may read your name out during the game, showing you some love. But now you have a choice. You can choose to support Team Force of Good or Team Force of Evil. We have 2 balloons, gold balloons for Team Force of Good and purple balloons for Team Force of Evil. The choice is up to you. And now they count towards the Force cards. And yes, as I said before, potatoes. I've added the potato prop to the Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil battle. A good potato is the equivalent of buying 120 good balloons, and an evil yam, or as I like to call it, yammer, is the equivalent of 120 evil balloons, but at a much better value. And who doesn't love a deal? I know I do! Don't you, Milo? All right, whatever. He's not paying attention. He's watching the debate. Also, you could bestow upon the adventuring party the gift of advantage. That's the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once and take the highest value. Or you can set the trap of disadvantage. If a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest value. After all, life is pain. Yes. Advantages or disadvantages can only be given to players or the D. What on earth is that sensation? Oh, that's Milo. Is that a hot poker? What are you putting on the chair? Why did you do that? There's nothing there. What is this? Oh, how did that happen? Oh, I see. Chef Scott 68. It's you again, eh? Look, do me a favor. Wait until after the show, please, to touch that. Please, really. Forgotten my place. All right, hold on. Just give me a moment. All right. When you give an advantage or a disadvantage to a player, you must specify who at the table it is for, or I will make the choice for you. And if given to the DM, Jeff will use it in the order received. They cannot be given to a specific NPC, only to Jeff, so please act accordingly. Thank you so much. All right. Last but not least, yes, we have Milo's ball. Fine. Milo's ball. Yes, here's the deal. It doesn't do anything anymore, so leave it alone. No jokes, Chef Scott. It's just a waste of your time and energy. That being said, if you do touch it, you can count yourself uninvited to the ASSS. That's Ereban's Super Special Shindig Party. Shindig being a party, same thing. Plain and simple, don't do it. Random guy, no. Milo's ball is not amazing. Stop egging them on. Now, let's meet our brave souls, the cast of characters. Please welcome Jared Kajak as Civ Thistle.
Well done.
Yes, I've been practicing, Civ.
I can tell. Those little tongue twisters are paying off for you.
All right, yes, they are. Thank you for your book of tongue twisters, by the way, which you gave me recently.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Your poetry obviously comes from your tongue twister repertoire. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Jared, good to see you. Love you as per usual. Next up, we have Jessica Lynn Parsons as Fahima Tig.
Hi, Lord Aravan. How are you?
I am wonderful. How are you doing?
I'm excellent. I'm very excited for tonight.
Me too. I'm super excited and feeling sort of sassy.
What do you think's gonna happen?
Lots. Lots and lots.
Thank you
and
for your
lots.
specific answer.
Always specific, that's me. And speaking of sassy, next up we have Morgan Peter Brown as James Quilas.
I'm curious, do you have neighbors, Lord Araban? Because I'm
Not
very
anymore,
curious what they think you do on Wednesday nights.
No, they've all moved out. They're all gone.
Okay. All right, that's fine. That's fine. That's probably
Actually,
better
I'm
for
being
that way.
evicted soon.
Oh, no.
No, listen. No. The walls are very thin.
Yeah.
It's a danger.
It's
I really
quarantine.
shouldn't walk
Quarantine is forcing weird decisions on all of us, and things are becoming a
truths.
factor. Yes. All right.
Absolutely.
Good to see you.
Well, it's good to see you. And we will continue on. We have next up Ronald Ogden as Argo.
It's lovely to see you, my friend. How are you?
Well, it's always lovely to see you, Ron, but even more lovely to see you when you're wearing such a wonderful shirt.
Yes. I do have a question for you. Do you add all the
Yes.
syllables because the tentacles are getting in the way when you talk? Is
Right,
that
let's
what's
move
going
on. Who's the next? Let's get
Okay,
the next
I'm just
person in
curious. I'm sorry.
there. Not funny. Okay?
It made me laugh. I don't know.
It was actually quite good. Yes, they do get in the way, unfortunately, but I do my best, and I really try hard, so maybe have a little appreciation, huh? All right, good. That was awkward. All right, next up we have, next up we have Katie Michaels as Lily Dumbledore.
Hi. Wow.
Hi, how are you?
You know, what good diaphragm support elephants
Oh,
have.
yes.
It's
It's
amazing.
the only muscle I have left after 121 years. Yes,
Making
no, I
drama
practice
teachers
every
around the
morning.
world proud.
They all no, yes, I actually have teachers, voice teachers, come out of the woodwork and say, "You're great. You really are."
Wow. That's
Every one of them.
impressive. That's impressive.
I know.
How are you,
Just
Lorde?
as you are impressive. You and the team.
Stop it.
And you, I will, right
Okay.
now.
Okay.
As I move forward in the process to the one that brings us this wonderful world of Ein. Our dungeon master, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Jeff Carlotta.
Oh, it's good. It's good. It's good. You know, I just realized for the first time, 67 episodes in, everybody else gets the crazy Araban thing for their character name. I get the crazy Araban thing for my actual name, which is a joy for me.
It's true. Because you don't have a character. You're a DM.
Right. Yeah, I know.
I guess you're all the characters.
I think
then,
I
really.
think I lucked out again.
No. By the way, Jeff, look at a Yammer. A Yammer
Oh.
from Caldara.
Oh, it's
Ooh,
happening. It's on
already?
tonight. It's going to be
They're
a big
gonna
one
get
tonight. I
crazy.
can
You
feel
can
it.
guarantee that.
Yeah.
All right. I want fucking G Mac Man with a potato, a golden potato. This is going to be wild. Folks, I am excited. I hope you are as well. And as the journey continues, I will be joining you in your social conversations around the game. So keep an eye out for my avatar and comments. And before we begin, I have a favor to ask of you. It would give me great pleasure if you would share the show. Just click below and let all of your admirers know that you are watching The Dungeon Run, the greatest show in the history of shows, period. Now, keep the comments coming. Whoa! Cold candor. Potatoes are flying left and right. Milo, grab your potato sack. Now keep the comments coming. Be ever vigilant and let the dice
Yeah, let those dice roll, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to episode 67 of the Dungeon Run. This is going to be a fun one tonight. As we've been saying, I can already tell. If this is your first episode, extra special welcome. I hope you give our wonderful, amazing community a try. Join the Discord, be part of this community. They're fantastic folks. And we're going to catch you up on everything you need to know to jump right in here. You don't have to have any previous experience with the show. But first, I want to thank some folks. As you heard, we've already received casserole. We've reached casserole status with the potatoes.
Wow.
Funky G Mac Man and Cold Candor teaming up to casserole this place up. With 2 golden potatoes. Thank you. Extremely generous of you. We also got an evil yam from Caldara, as you heard. Thank you, Caldara. Incredible. We also have love. Beautiful, beautiful balloons from Goofus McDorkle, Dyson Capes, Baby Librarian, love for the Catman, Shathragat. Already showing up, Shathragat. I think we're going to see Shathragat pretty soon. Baby Librarian, again, Cat the Mage, Fallstar, Kin, and others. Thank you so much for those. Oh my goodness. Let's catch everybody up, shall we?
Let's do it.
It started as a simple dungeon run, but it has become an epic quest to find the Wardens. 300 years ago, champions from across the realms gave up their identities to become 100-foot-tall defenders of peace. Elemental titans known as the Wardens, beings powerful enough to safeguard the realms from its most dire threats. Recently, these guardians have gone missing, captured and imprisoned, and only the Heroes of Bingle have been able to find them. In their search, the team has flown high into the sky on the backs of Pegasus to a floating castle in the clouds. There, they found the Storm Warden, crackling with electrical energy, held captive by a mad tinkerer named Fardinald Urtenfurt, who used the Warden's lightning to power an army of clockwork machines. They also dove far into the ocean, plummeting to the bottom of the deep reef, where they found the fiery Inferno Warden, trapped by an enormous kraken, its boiling heat energy being used to propel bubbles filled with dismembered body parts through a long tunnel on the ocean floor. There, a half-dragonborn warrior named Yan Mo and a mysterious ashen mage forced creatures to toil and fight with dark purpose. The team tracked the ashen mage to a trading town called Winkburg, where she had lived in a spell tower filled with dangerous magic. Inside, they discovered remnants of necrotic experiments, a strange rotating scale model, and a demon trapped in a chest. They also found a telescope pointing directly at the volcano known as Skyscorcher Peak, with detailed plans showing a line connecting the mountain to the deep reef. Deducing that the Ashen Mage held another warden inside the volcano, the team made their way to a dwarven stronghold dug into the side of the mountain range. There they gained entry to a sacred dwarven foundry, sealed and inaccessible since the conclusion of the War of Ideas 300 years ago. The so-called Fortress of the Four Former Forges, which was said to lead into the heart of Skyscorcher Peak. Inside, they battled against the fortress's defenses and deciphered an ancient riddle woven into the very structure of the place. The final clue, hidden behind a false wall, revealed that the Fortress of the Four Former Forges itself was a deception, an elaborate cover-up, obscuring the fact that there was a fifth forge. Even the dwarves who were old enough to have worked inside the forges were unable to reveal the secret. Their memories of the place erased, and every attempt to speak of it pushed up against a constraint imposed on their minds. 4, 4, 4, 4. They could express nothing about the place unless they used that sound. Realizing that fact allowed the team to piece together the password they needed. Arise, they said, opening the magical door that led into the archive. There, they found evidence of a breach, a wall broken through, leading into a long tunnel of solid rock. Transportation bubbles, like the ones they saw at the bottom of the deep reef, abandoned. And a demon, trapped inside a strange symbol, the same symbol they discovered inside the spell tower of the Ashen Mage. And something else that reminded them of the spell tower, another scale model, globes orbiting a center spheroid, just like the one erected in the Ashen Mage's lair. This time, it was surrounded by information. Shelves of books, disheveled and picked through, but full of remarkable theories and findings. All of them written by the same author, Onivrius the Keen. Books on a variety of topics. Books that seemed to identify the scale model as being something called an atom, with electrons circling a nucleus. Books that described the properties of the strange ore they had found in the Dwarven Fortress. Properties that Fahima seemed to think she could use to conjure an entirely new type of elemental creature. A nullelemental, created as a fusion of an element and its null state. And as we ended last week, Civ peeked out the door leading into the heart of the volcano, and Fahima began the process of formulating her new spell. That's when James, preoccupied with the demon he saw trapped in the archive's reading room, summoned his swirling, dark hunger of Hadar and stepped into it. And that is where we will pick up this week. But first,
So much to unpack.
first, we have cards. Oh my goodness, we already have 2 Force of Good cards unlocked
Wow.
this episode.
Wow.
Incredible indeed.
Wow.
So we are going to unlock those right now. The first card was submitted by Cosmic Lord 09. It is called Fallback Plan. At any point after initiative is rolled, any one party member may place a thieves lantern on a square as a bonus action to mark a fallback location. When any member of the party receives damage during that combat, they may choose to instantly return to the marked square, but the
Wow.
lantern is destroyed.
That's super cool.
That's
So
pretty
unique.
cool.
Pretty rad.
Fun. That's
Great
awesome.
job, Cosmic Lord.
Add that to your inventory. We also have a second Force of Good card. This one was submitted from Benevolence. It's called Champions of the Fallen. You hear the voices of friends who are no longer with us. Dufo Hymns, Claudiette Mormthallow, Choran. You hear them whisper, "You can do it, we believe in you," granting superior crits for 1 round of battle. When the team decides to activate this card, each player can yell out, "This is for all of you," as if talking to those who have fallen, while rolling on their turn during a single round. A natural 18, 19, or 20 becomes a critical hit during that round.
Okay, we're stocked up for the next fight.
Pretty good. Pretty
Love that.
good. We also, however, got a Force of Evil card unlocked.
No,
That's fair, that's
not
fair.
now.
So let's check that out as well. This was submitted by the Jedi Prince. It's called Insert Team Name Here. What? You haven't chosen one yet? Not choosing is also a choice. Since you have proven indecisive, one choice will now be made for you. The next door you approach that is accessible but you have not been through, the entire team is forced to enter without doing a perception check on it. You rush in like 5 yahoos at last call and all drop your weapons on the floor as soon as you cross the threshold.
Oh my gosh, I
This
love
is a bad time for that card.
That could be nothing. That could be nothing, or it could be like catastrophic.
There you go.
That's a very well-deserved Force of Evil, though.
I mean, yes.
Yes, indeed.
Well,
All
too
right,
many
and we are
listen checks.
already.
I personally resent that Force of Evil.
Yeah, it was kind of aimed at you and your perception
Kind of,
checks.
yes.
We have another potato, a golden potato from Braba. Thank you, Braba, for that. Appreciate it. And another evil yam from Grim Faded,
Wow.
which means that we are already 33% of our way to the next Force of Good card and 6% of the way to the next Force of Evil card. All right. Thank you for that, audience. We're grateful and we love seeing it. All right. It is time now to jump into our game, and jump we do because
Jeff?
we're starting off. Yes, sir.
I do have one thing I want to say real quick about as James is casting his Hunger of Hadar. Right as he steps into it, Uggo would like to run and jump in right behind him.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So there is a swirling black mass of tentacles, Hunger of Hadar. Horrible sound, swirling tentacles, and James in a trance state, his eyes without pupils, white and glossy, steps in to the Hunger of Hadar, and Uggo, seeing this happen, leaps in after him. Uggo, roll me a dexterity check.
Oh, okay.
You have advantage from Z-Man 9018.
Am I aware that he does it? I mean, because
don't-
the minute you step in, you're blinded. I mean,
Right.
and the noises and everything. I mean, I don't know. I leave that to you.
I think that for the moment, you're not going to be aware of it.
I imagine Fahima and I would see it.
You said
Yeah, I mean, yes. Everybody else standing there probably sees Uggo leap in. Yes.
saving throw is 19.
Or is it
All
a
right.
saving throw or a check?
It was just a
Sorry.
check, but
Oh, same. It's the same. I'm not.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's,
So-
yeah, you're a barbarian.
Uggo, you leap into this swirling mass of tentacles, cold. It hurts. You're going to roll damage. You're going to take damage for entering the Hunger of Hadar.
Yep.
But you manage to grab on to James's wrist. James, you feel this tug on your wrist in the darkness as you enter this state that you are in. Now, Uggo and everybody, you know that every time that James has has visited his patron, it has appeared to you as just a flash, just a moment, almost a mist frame, a moment of blackness that you can catch sometimes. Uggo, you have caught it a number of times with your high perception checks.
Right.
But it although James, you experience an entire moment, for everybody else, it is just a flash. So James, join me in the secret room. And Uggo, we will deal with the ramifications of what you see when we get back.
Okay. James, if there's one thing I did want to say as I'm grabbing his wrist,
Okay.
which is, you're not alone, brother.
Okay. All right. So I think you would hear that over the swirling gas. This horrible sound of darkness and decay all around you. But James, join me in the secret room, please. All right. As everybody departs, only James will be able. Only Morgan will be able to hear what transpires next. Everyone else will be. Everyone else will be unable to see off the call. All right. So James, you step in the center. You feel this tug on your hand. You hear Uggo's voice in your ear. It is a strange sensation to sort of hear it and feel that, and yet be displaced, be sort of between two states. You can hear him in your ear say, "You are not alone." And you can feel this tug on your hand, and yet you are brought into this infinite blackness, this familiar infinite blackness that you see. And you see this swirling, roiling black on black, this darkness inside darkness. And you hear,
James Quillis, I see you. I notice you.
Hello.
You have grown more powerful since last we spoke.
Yes,
You
I was
are
cu-
so close now. So close.
I was very curious if you knew all that had happened since our last discussion. By the way, I think you should know that they know your name now, my friends, and
No longer Squillish.
no, that nonsense is over.
The
I have
truth
questions. I'm
You
here.
may ask a question.
We've traveled through time, and I encountered minions of the old ones, including something called the Lord of Crows, which I used your magic to banish back to the Abyss. Who are these people? Who are these forces? And are you aligned with them?
A question you may not want to hear the answer to.
I need to know.
There are forces beyond this plane,
Yes.
nearer to me. James, there is power in that. James, the darkness you stand in now is of that plane.
I guessed as much. The thing is, I'm worried that we're about to come up against forces aligned with these old ones. And I want to know how you feel about that, honestly. Because, I'm going to use your magic to fight them.
Ah, James. The mage is not of that plane. The mage grasps at power she cannot fathom. She thinks she can steal from us. Deny us what is ours. Her hubris will be her downfall. You once stole from me too. But you learned that power cannot be taken from me, only given, requested, earned. You, James Quillis, will be my instrument to teach her that we have tendrils. Tendrils that can reach her plane as easily as she reaches ours.
And the image fades, the blackness recedes. You feel that tug on your hand, and there's pain. There's pain inside this hunger of Hadar, but it recedes, and we can leave the secret room. Back to our compatriots. And as you all see this black, swirling, tentacled hole in space dissipate, it was only there a moment. You saw James enter it. You saw Ugo leap after him, and then they both collapse in pain. Ugo, you feel this cold and this horrible burning. Roll me a religion check, Ugo. You have advantage from Z-Man 9018, countered by Grim Faded.
Not my first time in Hunger, Vidar.
I don't know what's happened for the last 40 minutes of our show.
I rolled a 19 for a 20, Jeff.
All right. Ugo, you have been in Hunger of Hadar before, but touching James's wrist, holding his arm, his hand, for that brief second, it did feel like just the briefest of moments. And then you felt that pain, the Hunger of Hadar dissipated, and you collapsed. But in that moment, you witnessed something. You saw a shape. And there is a cave in Thorn, a place the orcs call the Underfury, a sacred place where rivalries were sorted out. You know it well.
Do.
In that place, orcs have seen visions, heard voices, claimed to have learned things about the true names of the gods. And there are also some who say that they have heard about something that the orcs call the Banished. Supposedly deposed gods that yearn to reclaim their place in the pantheon. But no one knows if it's actually true. And most people dismiss it as hokum, as orcish folklore that is just filling the gap in divine knowledge that exists since the War of Ideas ended. And you've heard James sort of describe Shathragat before, but it wasn't until you saw it, just for the briefest of moments, that you make that connection to that memory.
I know him.
James is shaking with cold.
Ugo is shaking as well. Does not look like it's pain.
We take one round. We take one round of damage.
Yes.
Is that?
Yep.
I'll auto
Just
fail
roll
the
it.
dexterity check. Yeah, it's 9 points total of damage, so not that bad.
Yeah.
Ugo, James, are you all right?
Much better than last time, actually. But
I know him.
You know who? James?
What do you mean?
Sloppy goat.
Shothragot.
Yes.
What do you mean you know him?
Yes. I don't know if I know him. He's...
What?
Orcs speak of him. Of them. Of thing like that.
The old ones?
Yes, the banished. Old gods wanting to return.
You mentioned your human mother was researching something dark, yes?
Yes, she no tell me what, but that time is very blurry for I'll go.
Okay, all right.
James,
Yes.
what did he say?
Do you feel?
I guess it's some good news and bad news situation.
Oh, well, I'm a person who prefers the bad news first and then, like, cherry on top good news.
Got it. The bad news is, Shothragot is very much aligned with the old ones. The good news is that Calcutta Feed is not. She may be trying to steal their power as I did. But I don't know how to take this. While I seem to have been granted some sort of earned power, they do not grant it to her. So the demons she might be summoning, or if we're afraid of some extra power coming her way from the old ones, it doesn't seem that she has it. Or at least it would be minor, like lesser demons like the one we saw.
Okay. Well, I suppose ultimately that's good news.
There is a bit more to unpack that I think maybe we should discuss another time. I don't think it's
I don't know how to take of this.
There is a lot there, but I don't know if now is the time. I think we have a lot more learning to do. But the headlines are that I have the old one's approval and she does not.
Does that mean they're going to help us?
In so much as they're not going to suddenly take away my power in the middle of the fight, yes.
Hema looks up from her notes and her research. So are the old ones benevolent or not?
No,
Doubtful.
not as
They
I
are.
know them.
He spoke of the other plane that they're on, I assume the Abyss, and confirmed that my power comes from it. That sphere you just saw that I conjured is a portal basically to the Abyss. If you couldn't tell.
Seems they have some sort of morals if they're allowing you to have the power, but not the Ashen Mage.
Morals, yes. Interests, I think, is more accurate. I don't quite know what they are, which is what I'm concerned about.
Right.
And then I will awaken mind to all of you. I'm worried. But it's a longer term kind of worry.
Okay. Well,
We're not alone.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll go. Thank you.
I appreciate you telling us, and I think it sounds like there's more for us to unpack, but maybe in the future, and perhaps we should keep moving.
Fahima still needs some more time with the null elemental books. Yes.
Yeah, she needs 2 hours, so it would be a bit more time that you would have to stay in here.
Okay. I'm going to
Nearly
use
there.
at least part of that time for a short rest to regain the few hit points and my 1 spell slot back then.
Yeah, I think you could all do that other than Fahima,
Okay.
if you wanted to. But
Short
Fahima, yeah, if you want to roll your hit dice and all that. But Fahima, at the conclusion of those hours of study, as you've been poring over these texts that you have uncovered inside the archive here, and comparing it to the arcane energy and arcane practices that you are already familiar with, the methodology of conjuring minor elementals that you have already used so well. You have figured out a way to combine these two things, this very scientific knowledge of these strange ores and this more arcane magical knowledge, and you feel confident that you could conjure a minor null elemental.
Okay. And is it do you have the description and the
Yeah, I can actually
casting
email it
time
to you.
and all that
Yeah,
stuff?
it works like conjure minor elemental. It's mostly.
Okay.
It is 1 minute cast time, just like that spell.
Okay.
And let me email it to you here. I'll read it for everybody else. The idea is you can summon it works a lot like a minor elemental spell, but there are some differences. You can conjure one creature. It immediately turns a mephit. It's kind of based on a mephit. Immediately turns a mephit into a challenge rating 2 creature. So you're only able to conjure one of them.
I like that.
And you have the choice of 4 null elementals: the fire null elemental mephit, the lightning null elemental mephit, the water null elemental mephit, and if you had not destroyed the Protanium, you could have done the earth elemental mephit. So each of them requires having that material with you. So you have to have the ignium, the spark glass, and the orichalcum to cast the fire null elemental, lightning null elemental, and water null elemental, respectively. You choose them. You choose the type at the time of casting, and it doubles the hit points of the method up to 40. And they have each of their attacks gain the null side of the damage in addition. So they would have, like for a claw attack, a mephit would have 1d4 plus 1 slashing damage and 1d6 fire damage. Now it has 1d6 for the first element plus 1d6 for the second element. So it doubles everything. They also have null elemental breath, which doubles that as well, a 15-foot cone of 2 types of damage. And the most important new feature, the biggest new feature, is they have something called elemental nullification. If the null elemental comes into contact with an element of its type, compare the elemental and the null elemental's hit point totals. The one with fewer remaining hit points is instantly destroyed, and the surviving one loses hit points equal to the amount the other had before the interaction.
Oh.
If both have equivalent remaining hit point totals, both are destroyed. The nullification creates a circular explosion centered around the 2 with a radius of 30 feet. All creatures in the area must make a DC 13 dexterity saving throw, taking 5d6 of the first element damage and 5d6 of the second element damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful save.
Wow.
Careful with that one.
Now, okay, so that only happens if it does the elemental nullification, that it explodes. That won't happen when it dies, regardless.
Correct.
Okay.
It does not have that feature of exploding upon death.
Just curious, does it use up the material components of the different ores? Oh,
it does not.
Great. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So, okay, the 2 types of damage would be, for example,
Fire, cold.
Yeah.
Lightning,
okay.
necrotic, and
that's correct. And
opposite
water
of lightning
acid.
is necrotic?
It was the opposites that we encountered.
Lightning, fire
yes,
nulls to cold, lightning nulls to necrotic, water nulls to acid.
Amazing.
Lightning, necrotic, and water acid. Super cool. That's an awesome
Very cool.
spell, Jeff.
Thanks. All right, so
I will also use the last 10 minutes of that short rest to ritual cast Meld into Stone.
Okay.
4th level spell?
Jeff?
Yes, it's a 4th level spell. That's correct.
Okay.
Great.
And I will ritual cast Ferdinand.
Awesome. All right. So did you want to cast that now, Fahima, or no? You don't have to. I just didn't know if you wanted to test it.
I do want to test it, but then I burn a 4th level spell slot right before we're about to possibly
Correct.
encounter danger. So she'll just wing it.
All right. So there is
in the field.
Nothing like trial by fire. Yeah.
there is one door out of this place. Well, two actually. One you entered from, and one that leads forward. Civ has already sort of been through that door.
I will turn to Civ at one point and kind of give him like a direct eye contact. Like, you okay?
I am not making eye contact back.
All right, how's everyone feeling? Are we ready?
Good. Civ, what was in that? Well, do we know where we're going?
There's just a hallway on the other side of this door.
Where does it lead?
To an opening. I didn't go too far.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, should we check it out?
Sure. It does get warmer.
That's probably good.
I guess your spell doesn't tell us a direction, does it, Fahima?
No, the most I could get was just sort of close by.
Vicinity.
Yeah.
It was in this direction, sort of, yes. But
That's kind of our option, though, right?
I think this is
Right.
the only way we can go.
All right.
All right. So as you open that door, you definitely feel the air instantly get even hotter. And the entire time you've been inside the fortress, it has always felt hot. You've walked alongside ducts full of boiling lava, and your lava hide armor has been essential in keeping you alive through this entire journey into the mountain. Walking through this door, the intensity of the heat ratchets up dramatically. You can feel beads of sweat on your forehead and across the back of your neck. The air is thick and humid and smells of sulfur. It's clear you're getting close to the heart of the volcano.
still a stone floor, like it's been crafted and masoned. And
no, the floor here is no longer that tiled, polished white stone. It's rugged, it's mountainous, it's unkept.
Got it.
And as you keep moving forward, the pathway begins to rise a bit. You're walking uphill. And as you move through a narrow cavern section, all at once, the area opens up. And you see an enormous chamber expand out in front of you, wide and long, with a vast lake of lava far below you. Huge stalactites hang from the ceiling, and even larger stalagmites rise from the bubbling magma. You can see the shape of this expansive area swoop upward the farther you look ahead. It's clear this section leads to the very center of the volcano, where it opens up to the air hundreds of feet above. But your view is obscured by plumes of white smoke that are billowing up and around that area. A narrow stone walkway extends in front of you, hanging above the lava. Stalactites on either side of it hang, and some of them seem to be connected to the walkway itself, actually suspending it, holding it up as it hovers many feet above the molten floor. Far down below you are other stone walkways, weaving in and around the bubbling lava. Roll me a perception check, somebody?
Sure.
Anybody?
I'll get on that.
All right, you have advantage from Henda 001, countered by Fail Waffle.
Thank you, Henda and Fail Waffle. Oh, nat 20.
Nice. So you see down below that there are signs that something has been there. Something or things. There are metal bins abandoned. Crude tools seem to be cast aside. It's not clear how recently something was there, but it certainly looks like a workspace on and around the lava below you that is empty of workers.
Do they look like dwarven or mining or?
They don't look like any of the things you have seen thus far inside the fortress. Doesn't look like any of the things you saw on the approach to the fortress when you were moving through the, before you went through the face with the laser eyes and you saw that the mining materials. It doesn't look like any of that. It looks like wholly different types of tools and materials.
Let me ask this: the walkway that we're on, does it look like it was built by the dwarves that built everything that we just walked through, or is this pretty new also?
It's very different from anything you've seen before, but it certainly seems like a permanent part of this section of the interior of the mountain.
Okay.
Or as permanent as things get around here.
Whatever they're doing, it seems to still be within the construct of whatever the dwarves left here. But I don't know what those are, pointing down to the tools.
I don't either.
Something to do with the bubbles, I assume.
Makes my skin crawl just thinking about it.
Even though, by the way, it's very hot, James's hands are still shaking a little bit, by the way.
James, are you all right?
Yes. Just seems to be a side effect. I'll be fine, I think.
Would you like me to scout ahead?
Carefully if you can. I don't know. I mean, maybe we should stay together.
I point. There's a walkway up above, and I point to that opening. Not down there. I wasn't planning on climbing down into the lava.
Please don't.
Right, yeah. I think that was assumed.
Question.
No one's going into the lava, right?
No.
Okay.
I have a question for the DM. Would Fahima be able to ascertain the builders of the stuff that James couldn't identify with her background?
You can definitely ascertain the builders of the space, the dungeon itself, right? I think that's the specifics of your ability.
Its original purpose and determine its builders. Yeah.
Yeah. So you definitely determined that the stone walkway that you are on was built by dwarves, and that this is part of the original structure that the dwarves built inside this volcano, however many hundreds of years ago. It doesn't. It's difficult for you to determine whether those tools are part of that initial building. But it certainly doesn't. They certainly look a bit out of place. It looks more like they're imposed on this place.
Civ, I guess go out a little bit ahead, but use your bow to communicate if you need to.
Of course. I'm gonna take out Murmur, just like you said, and knock an arrow, and then stealth across the walkway to the opening on the other side.
All right. Well, you get all the way to the other side, and what you see, finally, is the source of the white smoke. And you immediately recognize that it isn't smoke at all. It's steam. Surging up from the lava and escaping up and out through the top of the volcano high above you. Following the rush of steam with your eyes, you can see that as it rises through the heights of this massive volcano, it is funneled toward huge metal blades attached to the side of the rock wall. Turbines that rotate under the force of the rising steam, spinning and churning with a loud whoom, 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 whoom. You can see the energy that they are generating captured in metal rods outfitted along the sides of the tunnel above, leading up and out of the top of the mountain. It is an incredible construction. The interior of this volcano is completely retrofitted with technology. And it reminds you of another stone structure you saw retrofitted with electricity conducting technology. The source of the steam? A warden. A shimmering blue shape, seemingly composed entirely of water. A 100-foot tall woman, but almost completely translucent, as if liquid itself were given form. You see her face, her hair, her limbs, all of them sloshing and flowing, a sparkling crystal blue. And she's trapped. The bottom half of her body is completely submerged in molten lava at the center of the volcano. Steam billows up from that contact point, instantly heating her watery form into a gas. And as the water on her body boils away, you can see her constantly replenishing the moisture, drawing beads of liquid from the very walls of the mountain itself. But it seems weak. Tiny droplets hover in the air, moving slowly to her. is almost a magical sight as the thousands of tiny droplets of water drift through the air, returning to her body. A perpetual motion machine of heated steam rising up through the turbines, then drawn back to her body through magic, only to repeat the trip again and again.
Wow.
It would be a beautiful thing to behold if it didn't appear so excruciating. The warden's face is scrunched up in agony. Her eyes are closed. She is bound, held beneath a huge platform that seems to be suspended by thick chains connected to 7 tall, sharp spires that surround it, jutting out of the lava. A hole is cut in the platform through which her head protrudes, like a collar or the stockades. She sits helpless, trapped, unable to escape. In fact, there seems to be a magical component to the restraint. A glow of arcane energy pops and sizzles around her neck. 4 nodes placed in a square around her seem to be contributing to this arcane force. Each of them has billows attached, and they emit a strange atonal hum. Discordant notes beaming straight at her through objects which seem to amplify and direct the sounds at the warden's head. The platform itself is a monstrosity. A large, wide metal slab cut with vents and holes to allow the steam to pass easily up through it. It hovers over the molten heart of Skyscorcher Peak like a coffin hovering over an incinerator. A suspension bridge made of metal slats lashed together connects the stone walkway you're standing on to the metal platform. Oh, and you notice 2 more things. First, a figure in a long black hooded cloak stands at the very back of the platform over 150 feet away. And secondly, in front of that figure, at the far end of the slab, is a hodgepodge. But this hodgepodge is unlike anything you've ever seen. It is gargantuan. A towering cacophony of mismatched body parts, dismembered bits and pieces from dozens and dozens of creatures cobbled together into a single enormous monster. The hodgepodge you dealt with inside the spell tower in Winkberg was a hideous formation built out of displaced arms and legs and heads and torsos. But this is on a whole other level. This is a creature of pulsating viscera on a scale that defies understanding. An undulating mass of decaying parts that should not be. Yet here it is, impossibly large and horrible.
Well,
The phrase pulsating viscera should be illegal, by the way.
I agree. Hard agree.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. You just see Civ go completely slack, and the bow drops to his side, and he's just staring up, and his jaw drops.
How far ahead of us is Civ?
Not very far. You could get to him pretty quickly.
I think he sees something.
What is it, Civ?
I turn and I look like I'm gonna say something, and then I just wave for you to come forward.
Okay, folks. Now I need to tell you something.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
Each of the last 2 times that we've come face to face with a warden, we've had this wonderful moment that I have cherished. When the production team brings out the model of the warden and its environment. The Lodestar, the Kraken under the sea. Mm-hmm. Greg Aronowitz and his team have built these places for us to see, to play on, to be near and around in the studio. And it's been amazing. Mm-hmm. It's been a dream come true. But we aren't in the studio anymore. We've been forced to quarantine for good reason and to do the show from home. And I'm proud of this version of the show, but no show, no studio, no model. However,
Uh-huh.
you may recall how close we were to getting here when COVID hit.
Oh, Greg.
So the model was built. And we got to thinking, it'd be a real shame if we didn't get a chance to see Greg's incredible work. So tonight, as we go to the map room, things are a little different.
Sweet.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to fight for a warden.
Oh my gosh.
What?
We go to the map room.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow. Greg. Is that the hodgepodge?
Oh, here we go.
Holy cow.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, man. What?
So you can actually even see the steam coming up, which he didn't tell me he was going to do, but now he's doing because he's amazing.
What?
So this is our model. We don't get to be in the same room as it, but it is built. You can see the Typhoon Warden trapped.
She's beautiful.
Yeah.
Wow.
I can't believe
That's-
that's real. I honestly
Yeah.
like what I'm looking at right now. I'm shocked. It looks.
Greg is incredible.
Holy wow.
I agree.
What's-
and the entire team. Wow.
Yeah, everyone. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
speechless. This is
So-
so cool.
Amanda right now is in a room helping us. She's going to be doing this for us.
Oh my goodness.
So she's gonna move our little miniatures
She's gonna
around
move our
on the
miniatures
thing.
around.
Oh
It's
my
like she does
God.
virtually.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my
So there you guys are
God.
standing at the
Oh, guys.
bridge, which of course means there's a bridge on this map.
Yep.
Awesome.
Oh no.
I cast Shatter.
Don't do that.
Oh no.
The goddess of bridges is very angry with us.
Oh, what happens again?
Any
Wait,
nat 20 must be re-rolled from
No.
Force of Evil, Divine Vengeance.
Oh my god.
How does
that's
that work with our force of
terrible.
good that any nat 20 is at?
Just reroll the 20, I'm assuming.
critical?
You re-roll the
But
20.
But
Yeah.
18s and 19s are still crits, so that's
Okay.
a good
I'm
thing.
looking for 18s and 19s.
All right. So
But you gotta call that. You gotta call that. You gotta say
you
it
do have to
before you
call it.
roll. Yeah.
Yep,
Uh,
just gotta remember it.
I'd like everybody to roll initiative, please.
Wow.
Wow, okay.
Wait, we can't talk to him?
And you can talk to me if you
Hodgepodge?
like.
What's the hodgepodge's charisma?
What is the lava made out of? It's so impressive.
Right? It's glowing. It is extraordinary. I don't know if we can get a farther back shot right now. We have an awesome shot of the team waiting to cross the bridge
Reminder,
here
the
to
fourth-
get in.
The other force of good, the Candle Queen, an angel's blessing. We all have bless for
Oh.
Yeah.
this combat. So
Okay.
add a D4 roll to all skill checks, attack rolls, and saving throws.
Yep.
Nice.
So, Sid, you have advantage from False Star countered by Cold Candor. Fahima, you have advantage from False Star. James, you have advantage from Marge Thornhill countered by Grimfaded. Ugo, you have advantage from Red Robin countered by Grimfaded. Lily, you have advantage from Scully is my homegirl countered by Grimfaded.
Now, does that D4 add to initiative since that's technically
Yeah,
a skill check?
initiative counts as a skill check, technically.
Indeed,
Ooh,
it does.
baby. I need it.
I can't
I-
believe that's not digital.
I know.
know.
I'm. It's
That
like
is-
my eyes have gotten used to the digital. I can't believe what I'm looking at right now.
That is
It's
a real thing. That is real, real steam coming
Like
off that
the
thing.
lighting as
Incredible.
well is
Isn't it
just
amazing? Yeah,
so well done.
yeah.
Oh man,
So it's-
and
it's all a
the magic
platform.
collar.
And there's two slits there that you could
Yeah,
fall
so there's
into?
yes, that's true. And there is a large slit on the back as well.
I see her or him. I see someone.
Oh, there we go. There's
Hi.
the top. There's the top view. So you see these four things in a square around her. We're going to call the place you are standing right now, which is on the right-hand side of the screen at the moment, the bridge. We're going to call that south.
Wow.
We're going to call everything, the other direction north, obviously.
Okay.
So the length of this platform is 150 feet.
Copy. Thank you.
Okay.
Where is, you said the Ashen Mage was, or someone who looked like the Ashen Mage, might not be her, was towards the back
Toward
of
the
the
back,
chamber.
behind that enormous hodgepodge. I don't know
And
if you can
she's not
see
on,
it, but it
she's
is
not on the
gargantuan.
platform.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
don't have a mini of her right now.
Oh, okay, got it. Oh, so she is on the platform.
She's on the platform.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. Okay. What are our initiatives?
Yeah, what's
Scared.
everybody's initiative?
I got
Civ?
10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Civ, what is yours? 17? James? Or excuse me, Fahima?
16.
James?
7.
I'll go.
27.
Jeez.
10.
Yeah. Better than me.
That's true.
All right. Actually, Civ, why don't you roll me a perception check?
Okay.
You have advantage from Mana Hakune, and countered by Grim Faded.
19.
All right, so as soon as the team arrives on this section, you can see all the way more than 150 feet, maybe 180 feet across that section, past this swirling liquid head of the Typhoon Warden, past this gargantuan, hideous hodgepodge. And you see this cloaked figure turn and activate some mechanism at the back of the platform. And a sort of canopy unfurls, catches the steam, and rockets the cloaked figure hundreds of feet up, past the twirling turbines, humming with electricity, up and out of the volcano, out of sight. It's as if this figure turns, activates something, and just catches the wind, or the steam, I should say, and goes up and out.
Do we all see that, or just Civ?
Civ is the one who catches that right now.
Oh,
My jaw's just on the floor looking at the warden.
Civ, you're telling us that you didn't see any of this.
No. I didn't go this deep.
Okay. Well, team, it looks like we should have a plan.
Right.
So Ugo, Civ, Fahima, then the hodgepodge, then Lily James. What would you like to do, Ugo?
No problem.
That for one
I'll
round.
go for his round. Ugo looks around and goes, what? What am I doing? What do we? I'm upset! Yeah, so I'll use my bonus action to rage, and
Love the visual effects.
I'm gonna ready an action to attack something if it gets in range.
Okay.
So I'll pull them all in. I don't know what to do!
Civ, you're up.
Did I see anyone besides that hooded figure and the giant hodgepodge? Did I only see those two?
Only saw those two.
Has the giant hodgepodge seen us yet?
Doesn't appear to have. It's kind of just standing there, moving slightly back and forth, kind of undulating, pulsating. It is this hideous amalgamation of all these disparate parts.
Yeah. I'm switching out.
I hope at some point we get a close-up of that thing, because that mini is incredible.
Yeah.
and well painted.
It looks
It's
so
beautiful.
detailed.
Yeah. Anyway. Oh look.
Uh,
Oh, by the way, Ugo.
Yeah, there's a.
Ugo.
Yeah.
You feel, as you ready your action, you feel closer to the Candle Queen than you have in a long time.
Nice.
She is among us.
Excellent.
Yeah. I'm gonna put away the longbow, pull out my short bow, and knock an arrow, get very stealthy, very quiet. And I'm going to hold my action as well, so that if this hodgepodge starts to advance, I will shoot it.
All right, Fahima, you're up.
Bless is only apparently attacks and saving throws, by the way. I'm sorry, so it isn't for skill checks. I don't know if it would have made that big a difference in terms of our order.
Thank you for the correction.
I would have had a 5, or no, I'm sorry, a 6 instead of, because I only rolled a 1 on my d4.
Yeah, it doesn't really change anything.
Okay.
Jeff, can I hide? Is there any place to hide where I'm at? I didn't see where we were. Our minutes.
Not really. You're kind of exposed. You'd have to really retreat all the way back into the tunnel there. But
right. Okay. Well, then I'm just gonna, knock an arrow and wait.
Okay. Fahima, you're up.
Yes. I'm going to launch a fireball at the hodgepodge.
Okay.
Dex saving throw.
It was vulnerable to fire last time.
So your range on that is over 180.
It's 150.
So you just have to get all the way to the other end of the bridge. The platform itself is 108, is 150.
Will do.
Got it.
We got a couple of potatoes I want to mention right as we were figuring that out. A gold potato from Aegis 13. Thank you, Aegis. And an evil yam from Grim Faded. Thank you, Grim Faded. We also have some love from Anthropomorphic Muppet, the Bingle Banshee, Tina Frankenstein, Kill Me Fahima, Zach Mac 09, Grateful Citizen of Ein, Squishy Tofu, Mobo Herder, Beard Me Strength, and more. Thank you very much for those balloons and the potatoes, especially. Wow, very generous. We appreciate it. So you're going to advance close enough to get in range. Now, also,
yes.
you've got a giant head between you and the monster. So you may have to kind of angle in order to get line of sight as well.
Will do. Yeah, it's a 20-foot sphere, so I'll definitely try to aim that and not blast the head of this precious warden.
She's been through enough.
Yeah.
Sorry that your bottom half is being burned off by lava. Here's another fireball.
All right. And it needs to roll a what was that?
A dex saving throw. Yeah, so Fahima will stride forward and hold out her hand and throw that fireball at the hodgepodge.
Oh, that's not going to get it done. That's a 5.
Yes. All right, so that's 33.
33 points of damage?
Yes.
All right, so you see this powerful fireball conjured in your hands, goes skimming 150 feet, all the way past this liquid shape, and it hits the hodgepodge, bursting into flames. You notice it does not seem to be particularly weak to fire, but it certainly causes damage.
Okay.
I think you would assume that in the heart of a volcano, maybe slightly different kinds of hodgepodges.
Sure.
Different combos of body parts here.
Indeed, and maybe a different, magical formulation to make it happen.
Yeah.
All right, does that complete your turn?
Does.
All right. So we are up to the hodgepodge, which just got hit by a fireball. And it is going to... it is going to move up 10 feet to the diagonal. So it's going to move, what would that be? West and south, diagonally slightly, 10 feet, just 10 feet. And then you see it grab something off of itself, literally rip a piece of its own viscera, its own body part, the dismembered things that make up this form. It plucks part of it out and hurls it at you, Fahima.
Oh no! Well,
Gross.
I deserve it.
I'll shoot at that point, Jeff.
Okay, it's going to complete its action though. Let's see.
Yes, remember from last time, it broke little bits.
All right, that is an
off.
18 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
All right, so you see these body parts come flinging and flying at you, and it does.
Actually, what's my AC? 15. What does shield add? Is it a +3?
Adds an additional 5.
Adds an additional 5. Yeah, I'm gonna shield.
Okay, so that does it not hit then?
It doesn't hit because my AC is 15 with this lava hide.
So then with shield it makes her AC 20.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then it misses. All right. So you cast a reaction and you pull up a magical shield as these disgusting, decaying body parts ricochet off you and fly down and land in the lava far, far below. This thing, angry and undulating, defending its position. So Civ, that triggers your held shot.
Yeah. I'll shoot it.
Okay.
Advantage, disadvantage?
What's yes. You have advantage from change box countered by Grim Fated.
Okay. I'm also shooting at range, I'm assuming, so at disadvantage.
You will be at disadvantage, yeah.
Yeah, that disadvantage sunk me. That's 7 plus 8, 15.
Yeah, it misses. So this arrow goes whizzing by.
15 misses, okay.
Far, it whizzes all the way past this. You see this steaming water elemental, huge titan, the Warden, standing there. So far, things have been flying past it, over its head, around the side of it, as you kind of volley attacks back and forth. Ugo, I'm assuming your held action does not go off, right?
No.
Yeah.
I'm using the maul. So
Lily, you are up.
Okay, I am going to take a running jump into the saddle.
And Ugo's saddle?
Yeah.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
And then I'm going to, that'll be my movement. And then sorry, there's a siren passing my house right now. And then I am going to whisper in your ear, Ugo. And I say, on your go, we're invisible. And I will ready greater invisibility.
Yes.
Love it.
Yes.
So when I get the word from Ugo, and I think if we're doing rules like we did Under the Sea, Ugo is wearing me.
Yeah.
So we're both invisible.
Yeah.
That's gonna be crazy. I'm so happy
Okay.
you did that.
Greater invisibility, yes.
So that's how
Anything the target is wearing or carrying is invisible. It's like, so you are being worn.
I'm being warning
I'll buy
and
it.
carried. I'm being both those things.
Exactly.
And so that means that you can, with greater invisibility, I'm sure Ron already knows this, but it just makes me feel good to explain D&D rules to you.
They have watchers too, so they need to know as well.
Yeah, you can attack and it doesn't take away the invisibility, like lesser invisibility.
Right.
So for a
Great.
minute, 1 minute.
And
All right.
remember, if you're targeted, the saddle allows you to use your reaction to have me take the damage instead of you.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Epic combo.
Stronger together.
All right. That completes your turn.
Yeah.
You guys essentially turned into Master Blaster.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
That's awesome. James, you're up.
I think James is still trying to get a better look at everything. I will walk up the 30 feet alongside Fahima. So the things that are pointed at the Warden's head are you said it's almost like sonic energy blasting out of them at her?
It is this strange sort of discordant hum that seems to be emitting from those nodes. Yes.
Okay. All right. I don't think I'm within range yet of the hodgepodge for an eldritch blast. Should I shoot one of those speakers, whatever it is?
Yes.
Sure, try it.
But
Yeah!
be careful not to hit her head.
Here goes nothing, and I will fire 2 eldritch blasts at the closest of those. So yeah, if I'm so basically the one that's at the this is gonna be confusing. The diagonal.
So the one that's at the bottom of the screen right now, that'd be the west.
That's fine. Yes. Yeah. The west. Yeah. The southwest.
The problem.
Okay.
The problem with reorienting our compass points is that Amanda is not looking at the screen; she's looking at the real thing, and we've determined what the compass points already are. So.
Got it. Do you want me? Wait. So when I'm sorry, the hodgepodge is at the north side or the south side?
North side.
Okay. Great. That's fine. Yes. Yeah. So then the southwest thing I will shoot at.
All right.
Do I need to roll attacks or?
Yes. You have advantage from Fectious, countered by Cosmic Lord 94 on the first. Advantage from the Brush of Tea, countered by Grim Fated on the second. Of Tie. Excuse me, Brush of Tie. I get that wrong every time. I'm sorry, Brush of Tie. I know. I'm sorry.
Remember when they changed it to make
Yeah.
it. So, and then you were like,
I
now
know.
it's
really confused. Yeah. I know, I
The
get
first
that.
is a 22 to
funny.
hit. And the second was a nat 20, which I have to re-roll.
Ooh, brutal.
So, but the second is an 18 to hit. So a 22 to hit and an 18 to hit.
Yeah, they both hit.
Nice.
So you launch these eldritch blasts into these strange metallic contraptions, or one of them, and you feel, or you see the purple arcane blast pummel into the side, and you hear clong, and it kind of jostles it slightly, and you see the whole thing move and jostle. There's a dent in the side from where it landed, but it looks like it would take a heck of a lot more damage to break that thing in any kind of significant way.
I did 20 points of damage. I don't know if that.
Yep, I'll
but-
knock that.
Does it seem to affect Ms. Rella Tallrunner, the Warden, at all?
Not from that. I mean, you have put a little dent in this thing. It doesn't seem to have affected its function.
Okay. Learning. Okay, that's my turn.
All right, so we're back to the top of the round. Uggo.
Uggo says, "Uggo, go!" and goes across the bridge 30 feet.
Yep.
And then will use his bonus action to move 30 feet towards the hodgepodge, using his movement to get close to the machine that James just smashed.
Okay.
So that should be a total of 60 feet of movement.
All right. The hand of the Candle Queen guiding you as you make your way across the bridge, quite and with Lily in tow, in fact. And as you get there, really close to that vent, something interesting happens. You can look down through the vent from your position. You can see it, especially Lily, now that you are elevated high on the shoulders of.
Yeah, I got a great view.
Yeah. And you look down through it and you see the swirling lava underneath, the flames boiling and rolling. Oh, such a great view. You see it burning and erupting, and the fire reaches up from the bottom and takes shape, takes form, and becomes a living fire elemental rising up through that grate right in front of you. It's the fire literally erupting. There's the fire elemental sitting right on that grate. It is enormous. It is not armored like the one you fought inside the forges, but it is similarly large and imposing. A huge burning living flame that stands menacing, looking at you.
Can see us through invisibility?
Oh, well, I guess you are invisible, aren't you? It still happened. It still somehow sensed the movement. So or it it went off, but I guess it isn't looking at you. That's a good point.
To clarify, did the invisibility went off when you said go, right?
Yes, because it's a reaction to that.
Cool.
Then that would have gone off, and then I would have moved.
Great.
And Jeff,
So none of us can see them. We just hear Uggo screaming.
And you see this fire erupt out of that hole there, burning and roiling.
And this elemental spell that you gave me, that still has the 1 minute casting time, like
It does. I tried to encourage you to make one.
Yeah, I was gonna wait and see what we were up against, but
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, too late.
And as part of my movement, I'll throw two crustacean hammers at the machine. Although now I can't target.
You don't
it
have
without-
crustacean hammers anymore.
Sorry, I have hand axes. Sorry.
Right.
Not crustacean hammers. I have hand axes for this. But I'm guessing that the fire elemental's in the way of targeting that particular machine.
Yeah, you could target the one on the right if you wanted to.
Then that's no. I'm gonna huck it at the fire elemental.
Okay.
Yeah.
You do have advantage from Don't Hate Fahima, countered by Grim Fated. You have 2 of those, is that right? Do you have 2 attacks, Uggo?
I have one in my on hand and one in my off hand, but I'm just gonna throw the one because I'm just gonna hold my maul in the other and toss that one.
All right. You can roll that. We also have another Force of Good card unlocked.
Yay!
top contributor is Funky G Macman for Force of Good cards so far. Thank you,
Wow.
Funky G Macman.
Thank you.
What is your
15 on the fire elemental.
that is a miss. Oh no, on the fire elemental that is a hit.
Oh, okay, great. So
Let's unlock the Force of Good card. Right now, this was a card submitted by Merovac. It's called Whispers from the Past. Your mind's filled with visions, an audience watching your past accomplishments for the first time. You recognize that they are trying to catch up to your adventure today, but are displaced by time. You see past exploits through their eyes, reliving them again as if new, bolstering your confidence. Each member of the party may add 1d6 to their next skill check.
Nice.
Oh, great.
Okay, that's lovely.
all right.
Very cool. Thank you, Team Force of Good. Sorry, so
9 points of 9 points of slashing damage.
9 points of slashing damage, and this is the one on the left-hand side. Is that right? Yeah.
That would be the west. Yes, the west
Yeah.
side.
All right. So
Just to the elemental, right?
just to the elemental. That's
Just the
correct. So you
elemental, yep.
throw your hand axes in, and they're enveloped by this flame, but you still see that they seem to cause the elemental some pain. And that completes your turn, Ugo?
That completes my turn. I'm out of actions.
All right. The elemental will now attack as it has entered the battlefield. It is going to throw some fire at you. And
If it's an attack roll, it's at disadvantage.
okay. Let's see. I had advantage from Caldera, countered by False Star and Angel Devil Sun, but now I'm at disadvantage from Ugo's
Invisibility.
ability.
And if it has tremor sense or see invisibility, then obviously it wouldn't be a disadvantage. But you probably know.
Yes.
Oh, and I can attack at advantage. Great.
He's just going to attack at disadvantage from the place where, that was an 18 on the first roll and a natural 1 on the second. So yeah, it attempts to just spew fire at the place where those hand axes came from, not seeing you, but of course it misses the mark. The flames spewing down, hitting that metal under your feet. You can feel the warmth as it passes inches from your face. We also just got a evil yam from Gorban Played. Thank you, Gorban Played. All right, we are up to Sid's turn.
I'm going to bonus action fallback plan. I'm going to drop the Thieves' Lantern right where I'm standing so that
Nice.
when somebody gets in the middle of something that they can't handle, which I think is going to happen relatively soon, they can come
How
back here.
dare you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure.
Great idea.
All right, we'll see. And then I'm going to move forward my regular movement, which is 30 feet.
right.
I don't know where that puts me. If Amanda and the camera can help me.
The bridge itself is 30 feet, so it'll get you on the other
Okay.
side of the bridge.
Okay. Amanda, can you put me on the side next to James, not next to Fahima? Thank you, Amanda. Miss you. And then I'll knock an arrow and hold my action so that when the fire elemental or the hodgepodge, the giant hodgepodge, get within a range of exposing themselves to sneak attack, then I'll fire.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Fahima, you're up.
Okay. I'm how far away from pretty close to that fire elemental right now. And still about 150 away from the hodgepodge. Man, I really wish I had cast that Elemental spell. That would have been so fun right now. I'm gonna send some magic missiles over to the hodgepodge.
Okay. So those automatically hit
Yeah.
because they are magic missiles. So roll me the
Yes.
damage.
Right.
What's the range on magic missile? It's good.
10. Yeah.
Okay.
It is. Let me see. What is it?
120 feet.
It's one.
So you're
Yeah,
gonna
it's
have to move
120.
up.
Oh, so I do have to move up for that again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Woof. Okay. Yeah, I'll move up next to I'll go in where Uggo and Lily are on the map. Although Fahima doesn't know that, so I'll move closer to the fire elemental.
Yeah, I don't
Move 'em up
know.
30
Jeff,
Can
does it
I?
make my I mean, it's not in the rules, but probably your ruling. My spirits are supposed to be swirling around Uggo the whole time. Are those also invisible when he's made invisible? I imagine they probably would.
Otherwise, it would be pointless to ever turn a barbarian invisible,
Yeah,
right? So
fair,
yeah,
fair,
I'll buy that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just do 10 more force damage to this to the hodgepodge.
All right, 10 more force damage. You see the magic missiles always finding their mark, hitting this thing, little bits of viscera popping and falling off of it, landing on the ground with a sickening thud. It is just this undulating mass of discordant bits. And
And I'll actually do that at second level, so add 5 more force damage to that.
okay,
Nice.
so it's 15 points of damage.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So it's the hodgepodge's turn. It sees Fahima. It does not see Lily and Uggo. It sees James and Civ. I think it's gonna throw another bit of itself at Fahima. And you see that as it pulls it off, it actually seems to hurt itself when it does that.
Oh.
Yeah.
I like
And so it hurls this bit at you, and that is a 25 to hit, which I'm sure hits.
that. Oh, yeah. No use in using shield on that one, huh?
And that is right die.
Ooh, glad I'm not concentrating on anything right now. Those elementals would be gone.
15, 20 points of bludgeoning damage. And
Are you about to roll more?
2 points of necrotic damage.
Reduce the bludgeoning by 7.
So 15 total.
Okay.
Okay.
So
and
this
I have 5 temporary hit points written down. Do I still have those from something?
yes,
Yeah.
you do.
Yeah, they
Okay,
were
so-
from a force of good.
So it's only, thank you. So it's only 10 that I'm taking?
Yeah, that sounds right. If you lose 7 from Uggo and 5 from the thing. So
Oh.
you see this glob, this mass of body parts come flying at you from this thing. It pulls it off of itself and hucks it. It flies over 100 feet in the air and smacks you with incredible force. You have this devastating thud, this force hitting you, and then there's bits of sort of necrotic, disgusting pain as well. And as the viscera lands on the ground right in front of you, this clod of body parts hits with a thud that he pulled off of himself. It assembles into a humanoid shape as well.
Of course it does.
Oh!
So,
Stab it, stab it, stab it, stab it.
so Amanda, if you could put another
Oh my God,
small
Jeff.
hodgepodge on the board right in front of Fahima, please.
Oh, why do I feel so much
my
less
shot would
prepared
go
for
off.
this?
Okay.
Because I said as soon as an enemy was in sneak
Right.
attack and it's within 5 feet of
Sure.
Fahima, so
Buy it.
advantage, disadvantage.
You have advantage from Changebox.
Thank you, change box.
Are we gonna die? Am I gonna die?
Maybe.
No.
19 plus 9 is
Yeah, it's a
28. Okay.
Hit.
So this is sneak attack with a regular short bow on the smaller regular hodgepodge.
Oh my.
So 10 plus 6, 16, 18, 23 points of damage to the smaller hodgepodge.
As soon as this thing assembles and comes up, you assault it with your arrows, tearing it huge chunks of it torn off, landing again to sickening thud on the ground. It's still up, but it is very badly, almost malformed. I mean, it didn't look great to start with, but it is even less there than it was when it reformed itself. So
What size creature did you say that was?
that is a medium creature.
Okay.
Yeah.
Noted.
Back up, Fahima.
Ah.
So we're up to Lily's turn.
Okay,
Lily,
Was that
Yeah.
still my turn? Because I will move away from it if it doesn't cause it to attack me.
I think you used all your movement to get up in magic missile range, didn't you?
True, I did. Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay.
And Ugo says, "You're not alone. I'm here."
A lot going on.
Lily!
Lily, you are fairly close to the sound that is emitting from this thing. This one sort of strange object that's emitting noise. It's discordant and atonal, and there's something you can't put your finger on it. There's something. It might take some more time, but there's something that stirs in you hearing this tone, strange, ugly tone.
Stirs in what way? Like it sounds familiar?
Yeah, there's something in the back of your head. All right, it's your turn.
Okay, I have a question.
Mhm.
The flask of endless water, it
Yes.
says once per day, but we rested, but I don't know how that counts.
Well, you guys used that force of good that turned a short rest into a long rest, so it'll proc again. You can use it again.
Okay, so I think I would use that on the elemental, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah,
Works for me.
Yes.
from the satchel.
All right.
And then is there a way for me to point it, if possible, so that like the water splashes off and hits the warden?
I mean, you're gonna aim the water onto the. If you want, I'll allow you to tell me how many gallons you want to divert onto the warden. You have. I'm assuming you're gonna use the geyser version. So you have up to 30 gallons, I believe, right?
Yeah. So if I can divert like 10 of those gallons onto the warden to maybe like replenish her stores.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
Okay.
So you're sort of
sorry.
angling it so that some of it, you're actually kind of rotating this
It's like a fire hose. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's invisible, so all we see is just this.
Yeah,
I think I
out
would
of
right
water.
beforehand. I'd be like, plant your feet. I'll go.
I feel like we're fire people now. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Bend your knees. And then do you need me to roll anything?
Feet,
Or
I don't think you need to roll anything,
No.
right? It just erupts out of your hands. This plume of massive amounts of water. You stand there, or you sit there on the saddle, and you say, "Geyser," and this small little bottle that sloshes around in your hands. All of a sudden, it's all you can do to hold on with your legs in the saddle. And Ugo, you also feel this incredible force pushing you backward. You dig your heels in as Lily holds on for dear life. And yes, the rest of you, all you see is this water appearing out of nothing, spraying into the fire elemental, searing it with cold damage as you see steam coming off of it as well. And then the spray from the hose appears to sort of adjust slightly and cascade over the watery surface of the warden herself. And you see it land and splash and sort of gain some volume in her hair and head area. You see that actually adding to her surface area. She's actually gaining more mass from the water itself.
Amazing.
So it does 20 points of damage from 20 gallons of water.
Bye.
Coming next summer from Caffeine Studios, Ugo Sunshine.
James, you're up.
Got it. Okay, so this thing is still standing in front of Fahima. Right. Okay. I would like to, let me come an extra 30 feet into the room. Slightly hanging to my right a little bit, so to the east side, a couple squares over, please. Yeah, that's great. One Eldritch Blast to the undead mini hodgepodge in front of Fahima. You said it looks pretty messed up. Let me fire one thing at that.
Okay. You have advantage from the Brush of Tie.
Thank you, Brush of Tie. Oh, that's a nat 19. That's a crit.
Woo! Yeah, it is a crit.
Wait, did you call it?
Call it out, though. You didn't call out your...
Yeah.
your
Oh, no!
praise.
You gotta
Dang it,
call
I have to
it.
call it
Because
out.
Jared had one too.
Wait, what? What do you have
No,
to call out?
mine wasn't natural. It has to be natural 18, 19, or 20.
You have to call it before the round.
Yeah.
Dang it.
You gotta remember that too.
What do we have to say?
This is for all of you.
This is for all of you.
Yeah.
This is for all of you. Dang it.
But doesn't that
Awesome.
use it? Doesn't that use it up?
just
does.
marks
It triggers
so that
it.
we each can that round.
We each.
Yeah.
Got it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I got it.
So that does 5 points of damage to that one. Force
Okay.
damage to still standing.
It is.
Okay, then it's going to get a second one. Do I have
Okay.
advantage on that?
You do, from Falstar.
Thank you, Fallstar. Oh my gosh. That's a 4 and a 1. An 11 to hit.
That's a miss.
Oof! So that's my action and my movement.
You rolled the d4 from the bless.
Oh, wait, yes. So 11 to hit plus a 4? A 15? Or no, a 14 to hit.
That hits.
Oh my goodness. Okay, great. Great.
you.
Oh, wow. 14 points of damage on that second one.
14 points of damage. That's not counting the previous 5 you just told me, right?
That's, yeah, 19 total.
Okay. So you feeling the amulet's blessing on you, you channel all of your power through your Eldritch Blast. 2 of them right into this thing. The first knocks a bit of it off of its side. It's still shambling, ready to attack. The second one hits it squarely in the center, popping it, exploding it into many little teeny bits. It is completely torn asunder, destroying it.
Wow.
So that was card saving the day.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does that complete your turn,
Right.
James?
Yeah, I don't really have anything to do with my bonus action just yet. So, yes, that is my turn.
All right. I'll go. You're up. Top of the round.
All right. So the mini hodgepodge that's in front of us is down.
Toast.
Yep.
Toast.
Yes.
Cool. So, Uggo is going to use his movement to get next to the fire elemental,
Okay.
and he's going to take 2 attacks with his maul. And
All right.
let's see. Let's do that.
So you have advantage on the first from episode 66, and advantage on the second from Vince Ruth.
Oh,
Vince
thanks.
What?
Oh, thanks, Vinny.
I want to mention that Team Force of Evil is 82% of the way to their next card. Team Force of Good, 4% of the way to their
Come
next
on,
card.
good.
The first one is a 21,
Hits.
Nice.
and the second one is a 20. Dirty 20.
Hits also.
Cool. So then it's going to take
Whack, whack.
It's going to take 12 magical bludgeoning from the first,
All right.
and 12 magical bludgeoning from the second.
All right. You take 6 points of fire damage as you
Okay.
smack into it with your maul.
5 of that comes off of my temporary hit points.
All right.
Actually, one of those does.
Actually, run.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. From the Hunger of
One of
Hadar.
those,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was gonna say mine were.
one
Yeah,
of those, and then 5 regular. There we go. And as a bonus action, I'm going to aggressive move to behind. I'm not leaving the threatened range of the fire elemental.
Okay.
But I'm going to. The idea is to hit him in the front, make him think I'm there, and then move in the back.
Okay.
So I'm using aggressive to move towards the hodgepodge, but stay in the range of
Gotcha.
on its back.
All right. So you can rotate. You can rotate them around to the back of the elemental.
Put us close to the machinery, right?
Should.
As well. Or
Yeah,
no?
it does.
Cool.
Oh yeah.
One thing I just realized is I'll go raged, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So we should all have the effects of rage for one round.
It's a
If you
choice.
If we want to
Yeah.
call it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We
And
should
you
do
have
that.
to do it when he raged. So
Yeah, and remember.
Oh, okay.
it's already passed.
All right, we're greasing the wheels on getting back into the forces cards.
Remembering.
I know.
Well, I didn't see. I didn't
I
see
mean,
a
I
point
could
in
always drop
raging.
rage and rage again.
Right. I didn't see a point in raging when we were so far away.
Yeah.
Right.
For
has
us.
the fire elemental thus far only done fire damage?
Thus far, yes.
Yes.
And it's turn now.
Look at
And
that
what-
face.
What you see,
What else would it do?
so it has just been attacked by something it can't see. It tried to attack back the thing it can't see. Now what it's going to do is something called Inferno. So every creature within 15 feet of this creature needs to make a dexterity saving throw, which would be Uggo and Lily for sure. Anybody else within 15 feet of the...
Maybe me?
Doesn't look like it. No, I don't. Judging by the map, we're not.
Okay, and you're blessed. Remember, you get to add D4.
Yeah,
Yes.
so Uggo, you have advantage from Katrin. Lily, you have
Katrin?
advantage. Lily, you have advantage from Cosmic Lord 09, countered by Grim Fated.
Dexterities?
Dexterity saving throw.
Cool. Yep. I already had advantage, but cool.
What do we get?
19 for me.
That saves. What about you, Lily?
I also got a 19. Weird.
All right. So you won 7,
Right? Yeah.
13,
You rolled a d4 as well?
Yeah, I did.
14,
19.
Twinsies.
15,
We should have called it. Freak.
16 plus 6 is
22.
22 divided by 2. So you each take 11 points of fire damage, and you both catch fire. So what happens is this thing, it kind of ignites and explodes out 15-foot radius of fire all around, and each of you catch fire, and
I have to make a concentration save.
Yeah.
Yes. For the invisibility.
oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Creatures that make the saving throw do not catch fire. Pardon me.
great.
You take half damage and do not catch fire. So you're not on fire, but you do take 11 points of damage each. That is going to be
Lily.
its turn.
I saved.
Saved?
Barely.
Yeah, you both saved.
The
both
way
got
you
it.
gasped, I thought you dropped it. Don't do
No,
that
I
to
saved
me.
my concentration is what I mean, Jeff.
Okay, great.
Oh, you saved your concentration. Oh, excellent.
Yeah, because I still
Civ,
lost invisibility.
Civ, you're up.
Really
Then
sad.
Fahima.
All right. Can I tell that they are within melee combat of the fire elemental, even though they're invisible?
I don't
Would
know.
you
I mean,
give
you saw a burst of water shoot out pretty close to it.
Right. I'm asking for sneak attack purposes.
I think it's something you could probably guess at.
You probably saw it react to getting hit from Uggo, and I mean, you could say it's kind of like those movies with invisible people, like flames wrapped around it, and you see their shapes in smoke or something like that. I mean, yeah.
Okay. Then I will move east to the east side of the platform. Not quite all the way to the edge, right in the middle. So if there's like a walkway there, I can only kind of see on my picture.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
That gets me to there.
That is, of course, when the second fire erupts out of that vent and forms into a living flame in front of you.
Wow.
No.
Yep.
Amanda, you don't have to do this.
Amanda.
Amanda.
Amanda,
Who-
stop
who's
it.
that?
Make a sign with your hands. If they're forcing you to do this.
All right, so complete your turn, but you see this fire erupt out in the same fashion, and it forms into a living flame in front of you.
Yeesh.
Yeah. I'm gonna continue doing what I was gonna do, which is to sneak attack that fire elemental that's fighting Lily and Uggo.
Okay.
When that
Advantage,
fire elemental
disadvantage?
pops up, Lily looks into the endless decanter to see if there's any more water.
Advantage or disadvantage? Or...
You have advantage from the Carson, countered by Fail Waffle.
Okay, I will roll again.
Sorry.
It's all right. I should have called it because I got a natural 19.
Oof.
Dirty No, much more than that. It's like
it's a hit.
20, 28, 29.
Yep.
Okay.
It hits.
Okay.
Ooh.
So you're firing at the first one, right?
Yeah, the one that's already been hit.
Yeah.
12, 14, 19 plus 5 is 24 points of damage to it.
Holy moly. Okay.
Nice.
Okay. You unload on this thing, and again, it shrieks and burns, and smoke billows out of it. It is not destroyed, but you see it distressed, the living flame swirling and losing some of its potency. Does that complete your turn?
I still have my bonus action, but I don't want to leave James just standing here in the middle of a firestorm. So, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
Actually, you know what? It might advance on us, so I'm going to put the bow away and draw my dagger and my short sword. That's what I'll do for my free action.
All right. Fahima, you're up.
Okay. Fahima's gonna pull Meep out of her cloak and say, "All right, this is going to be very dangerous, but I trust you, and well, you always want to come out and play, and now's the time. Good luck. I love you. Mwah." And she's gonna use her bonus action to cast Dragon's Breath at 4th level on Meep.
Yeah.
And we'll do cold.
Mhm.
I know that that's not gonna do the,
Right.
the extra damage, but just seems appropriate. And,
I agree.
And she'll give her action to Meep, so that Meep can unleash this Dragon's Breath. But as Meep flies away, Fahima will use her movement to run as far as she can back, because she needs to maintain concentration. And so Meep will fly over to the elemental that Civ just hit, the one that's in front of Uggo and Lily, because that one looks like it's on its last legs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and she will unleash some cold breath on it.
All right.
3, 4, 5 d6.
It's a dexterity saving throw, I think.
Dex saving throw, yes.
Yes. That is a 16.
My spell save DC is 16,
So that
Saves.
meets or beats.
so it saves. Okay, so
Yeah.
you take half damage. So that is 5, 10, 15, 20.
Actually, it's more than that, because I was doing the... Anyway, it's plus 4.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay,
So it'd
yeah.
be 20.
21 halved.
10.
10 points of damage. All right, this thing is on its last legs. You see Meep swoop down, and this fiery bird the size of a chicken extends its wings, opens its beak, and out shoots ice, shards of ice pummeling into this living flame as it rears back and swirls and roils. It is looking very weak at this point, a flame that is flickering.
Amanda is crushing it right now.
Get it next time.
She always crushes it.
Look at that. She's been full on like acting with me.
Where does
the
Meep
one-
and how much is because that thing just blew up all 15 feet around it? Where does Meep end her movement? How much movement does she have?
She has 60 feet flying speed.
Okay.
So she's gonna swoop
grab it.
around and return
She
to
can
you. Is that the idea?
Come
No, she's
close.
She's gonna hang out there.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so she can swoop out so that she's not within melee range. Let's say she'll move back by Uggo and... Actually, no. She doesn't want to make them a target, plus Meep can't see them. So
No, she
she'll
can't.
move in between the 2 fire elementals
Cool.
with her remaining movement.
Lovely.
Okay, is that the little mini that has only 1 wing on it?
Yep.
Amazing. Yes.
All right. Is the hodgepodge's turn? It is still standing.
She did say that she moved backwards.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
yes.
Fahima moved
herself is
30
gonna
feet
move
back.
Yeah.
Fahima sprinted 30 feet backwards, looking over her shoulder. Good job!
All right. This thing is going to hurtle another bit of itself. It's standing back here. It doesn't want to get next to these giant fire creatures. It's just pulling bits of itself. This gargantuan people. It has mass to spare. It's yanking stuff off of itself and throwing it, this time targeting Civ, who has been rocketing arrows every which way. And that is a 22 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
So it is going to.
About to get
How
another
far away
player on
from
the
us is
field.
that thing? How far away is that?
It's quite a ways
8.
away because
So you
I
have
was shooting at range.
8 points of bludgeoning damage. Its hurdle range is 120 to 360 feet.
Oh my god.
It's about
wow.
It's about 45 feet from you and Ugo right now.
Okay.
Said what the damage was, right?
Yep, I got it.
Okay. Cool. That's the bludgeoning, and then 2 points of necrotic also, and the creature forms right in front of you, just as it did with.
Got it.
Thing's
Yep.
a sniper. 300 foot range is crazy.
I mean, it just throws bits of itself, man.
Yeah,
It's
makes
like,
sense.
yeah.
It's a sniper, but a
crazy.
sniper who shoots arms.
Viscera.
Lily, you're up.
Okay, so if that thing is it's within 60 feet of where Ugo and I are,
Which thing?
the hodgepodge.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it can't see us, but I'm going to cast Shatter on it,
Ooh, doggies. Okay.
and I want to cast it on its back so it doesn't hit the lady, our lady friend,
Okay.
Our special lady
our
friend.
special lady
Doggies.
friend, please. I'm gonna do it at 3rd level to see how it handles it.
Okay. It needs to roll a wisdom save. Is that right?
Con.
Or con save. I always
Con
get that
save,
wrong. I
sorry,
don't know why I
yeah.
think it would be wisdom. It's thunder damage.
It's
It makes
because
no sense.
literally everything else that I have is
Yeah.
a wisdom.
Right.
It's a 17.
That saves you, bully. You still take I rolled a 19, so 9 points of damage, right?
Yeah.
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 All right. So with that 9 points of damage, you see a hunk of it fall off and land on the ground. And just as the thrown bits did, this hunk comes to life and assembles itself as another hodgepodge.
Great.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I made it worse. I made it worse.
Don't give away your position.
So Amanda, you can use the dead one if you want to put it over next to the next to the large hodgepodge.
You say as she's on the back of an orc who's just going.
But this eruption of thunder damage, it sends shockwaves up. You see the undulating, gory mess of this thing fall to bits, and a chunk of it, and these parts, these hands and arms, come cobble together, and it's this strange, massive thing that is now sort of in humanoid form, ready to attack itself.
Does it seem like it hurt it, even though it did?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay, good. Okay.
Ready to attack itself?
Itself is ready to attack. It is ready to attack.
Like
I always know
Itself.
we're in a bad position when Jeff uses the word undulate, because he's only ever used it when we're in dire straits.
A good undulation is good for your spine. I highly recommend it.
I don't
James,
like
you're
that
up.
word anymore.
Okay, I feel like these fire elementals are a little bit of a distraction. And
Big distraction.
Big.
Big distraction.
and the one near Ugo and Lily is on its last legs. We said we've got this other thing in front of us. Yeah, I mean, Warlock's gonna Warlock. 15 feet straight forward and 2 Eldritch Blasts to the Western Elemental, please.
All right.
Should I call out? Should we do this, Champions of the Fallen? Should we do this? Should we?
Sure.
Should we trigger this thing? All
Yeah.
right. So James is
Do
going to
it.
rush up, seeing this elemental is damaged, and say, "This is for all of you!" And 2 Eldritch Blasts. That looks great, Amanda. Thank you. 2 Eldritch Blasts at that elemental.
All right. You have advantage from TK421 on the first, and advantage from Z-Man 9018 on the second.
Thank you, TK. And that's a nat 19 on the first.
Whoa, perfect.
Yes.
Love those.
And it's a nat 17 on the second. So those are both going to hit, and one's going to be a crit.
Okay.
Okay.
You're adding your bless, right?
Yes, yeah. There was a nat 19 and a nat 17, so I assume we're good anyway.
Right.
Shoot, should I have added that on my shatter?
It doesn't
Yeah.
add to damage,
Yeah.
but yes.
Oh, okay.
And shatters the saving throw. So.
Oh, right.
Damage, so I should know.
It's just 12, 19. Wow, 27 points of force damage to that elemental.
So your arcane blasts find their way true, a critical hit that hits in the center of this burning flame. You see this purple charge enter the fire and sort of sit there purple for a second, and then you see this thing go, and all the fire evaporates and spreads out, completely extinguished in one final attack. It is dead.
Got it.
Great, now just do that again.
Got it! I will use the last 15 feet of my movement so that elemental is gone. So then I will move towards the warden with the last 15 feet of my movement. Yes. Thank you. And can I hear anything from this tone now that I'm a bit closer? Or
You definitely do. It is a strange sort of weird discordant hum. It is an odd sound that is not friendly to the ear. It is an awful kind of strange anti-melody.
all I have left is my bonus action. What can I tell about the collar around the warden's head?
It certainly looks arcane.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
All right, we are at the top of the round. We have a force of evil that has been triggered by the community.
Right now?
So let's check that out right now.
I knew they were waiting for a combat. I knew they were waiting.
Here's the force of evil. This was submitted by Sinister Dracolich. It's called Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Do not read aloud.
What?
Oh,
It's for Jeff.
Cool. That's the
it's
only
one of those.
bad thing. You're not reading
So-
aloud. There's nothing bad about that.
When we return from intermission,
what? Is that time?
it is that time.
time
We
flies.
we will continue this epic battle in an epic physical model. It's just extraordinary to look at. I hope everyone is appreciating the craftsmanship and hard work that went into building this thing. I wish we could be there in person to marvel at it ourselves. But someday we'll get a chance to see this beautiful thing. But Araban is going to take care of you over the break. Let me thank some folks. I don't have that info on my screen anymore. But we'll be back. We'll open up some more. Here we go.
A can of something.
Yeah, here's our love. Sitar, Dragon Rose, the Dungeon Run, yay! Dark Deflosion 2, Dark Deflosion.
Dark
I think I nailed that. Diana of the Night, Chirunga, Nobody's Hero, J-Rock, Dimmu Bodum, and more. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the love. Thank you for those balloons. They are so appreciated. You are affecting this fight. We'll be back to finish it up after the intermission.
Wow. Dimmu Bodum. Very nice. I love it. A golden potato right for the beginning of the intermission. Excelente. That's Spanish for excellent, by the way. Fear not, watchers. Our campaign will continue after a brief intermission. Right now, it's time for us to enjoy each other's company. Let's see what Milo has on the old jukebox, shall we? Ooh, yeah. That's a softie. That's pulling at the heartstrings there, Milo. Is there something you wanted? Oh, all right, we can do that afterwards. It sounds like a good idea. Sure. Triple scoop? No problem. Ha! This is great. What a wonderful evening, yes? As our party is basically coming to an end because of all of you wonderful people and your force of evils and your disadvantages. You're basically trying to kill the team. I get it. And I'm into it. Oh, yes. You would think maybe, no, Lord Ereban wouldn't want that to happen. He wouldn't want his show to get destroyed. But I don't care. You want to kill him? Kill him. Go. Do it. Ruin what we've started here. Ah. Goodness gracious, Robin. It's so red. Your Robin. It's a red Robin. Ah. Milo, if you could just snag the topical spray, you know, the one that takes away the pain? Yes, grab it, please. Red Robin, do me a favor, would you? Leave the intermission and come back when I'm done! All I'm trying to do, folks, is bring you joy and entertainment and pleasure. And what do you give me in return? Pain! Dimobodum. Am I saying your name right? I sure hope I am. You are the model citizen, or should I say the model watcher. Please, everyone, pay attention to Dimobodum and what Dimobodum is doing now. This is good. Okay? What Red Robin is doing, bad. Grim-fated, Chef Scott, Fail Waffle, you're all bad. Izzy is good, though, by the way, Chef Scott. Do note, Izzy, very good. Lord Ereban, great. Milo, kind of a stinker. Technically, actually, he stinks. I mean, he really smells bad. And I don't even have a nose. Okay. It's true, Grim-fated, I do like it. Listen, I wanted to say a few things before we continue, because there's a lot that has happened here today. Number one. Hey! Dream blaze. If you touch Mother's bowl again, I'm gonna knock you in the head. Ah! Ooh. No pain, no gain. Milo, the Advil. Dream place, leave this place. All right, let us continue. If you're not watching this show live, I highly recommend watching it live. Wednesday nights on Caffeine at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. 4 of them, please, Milo. You can live chat with me and our wonderful community, the watchers of the time stream, minus all of those that like to watch their lord in pain. Every day, every Wednesday, come out and join us here at the Dungeon Run. Oh, it's the best place to be in the world. Ooh. All right, listen. I really need everyone to just take a moment and stop. Look around you. Don't touch your computers for a moment, or your keyboards, or your phones. No need. Just watch. Really, truly. I mean, don't even say anything. Just watch. Let me handle the intermission. You do your thing, watch, I'll do my thing, talk. When it's all over, go ahead and start typing again. Okay. By the way, here's a tip from me to you. Go to caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run and follow the show. You see the star there? Click it so that you'll get a reminder when we're live on Wednesday nights. Ooh. Is it kin or clin or killin? Killin? Beautiful. I'm not really sure what the message was, but I like that you did balloons and then the name Lord A and singing and something to that effect. Lord A, what did you do with all your money? Oh, right. It's all here. Oh, yes. Billions in gold bullion. Yes. Dreamblaze, he said stop typing, so we should give more Milo's bulls. Dreamblaze, have we ever had a conversation face-to-face before? Because if we haven't, I suggest we do. And before we begin, what I'll ask you to do is just turn your head around the other direction and let me take a look at the back of your neck, you see, because I'm sure I can get in there and flay your brain. Wait a second. Wait a second. Did I miss something? No, I didn't, did I? I didn't. I hope I didn't. Dragon Rose, I notice here that you said sing for the moment. Had you touched anything at that time? And did I respond to you? Yes or no? If I didn't, I'll make sure to do that. Everything is broken and nuts in my mind. Very salty. All right, Chef Scott, you can take it easy now. Oh, John, is that true? Is that a challenge? I'll tell you what, everyone that would like to have their mind flayed, please feel free to come down to my residence. Milo will let you in. Sean Patrick, thank you for that. Oh, yes. Did Lord A lose his Doc Lannister? A. Let's try this again. Number one, everyone, Lord Ereban. Don't type Lord A. If you type Lord A, I'm not even going to look at what you said. It's at Lord Ereban, fully written out. Number one. Number two. All right, Dragon Rose. Well played. Oh, goodness gracious. I shouldn't even have said anything. Now I've got all of you typing in the rudest of comments. By the way, Dimmu Bodum, again, the model citizen. Very good. All right, let's move on, shall we? We need to discuss some things before we continue rapping with all you all. What did I just become? A person from the south of the United States of America? All y'all? Who even talks like that? Okay. Force cards. Both Force of Good and Force of Evil are back and are now triggered as Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil fill up their balloon count. Yes. As certain thresholds are met, a force card will be given to the team. As you've seen, if you've been watching, of course. If you're coming now just at the intermission, then this should help explain things. Remember, good potatoes and evil yams count towards that threshold as well. There are 10 force cards, Force of Good cards, that is, and 10 Force of Evil cards that can be triggered each episode. And we'll show you the status so you know how close we are to the next card. And this is wonderful. The cards get more powerful. What word was that, Lord Ereban? Sometimes I speak to myself. Powerful? Powerful! Enunciate, man. The cards get more powerful as they get unlocked. If you have an idea for a force card, head over to thedungeonrun.fandom.com to submit. And now, here are all the unique Dungeon Run props available if you're watching the show live. Remember, if you're watching live. If you're not watching live, it doesn't really make a difference, does it? Number one, you can grant the gift of advantage. The ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once, taking the highest value. It's called a force, not a force, but a gift of advantage. You see, gift. It's a good thing. Give them to the players you think deserve them. On the other hand, if your name is, I don't know, Dreamblaze, Grim-Fated, Chef Scott, Fail Waffle, go ahead and feel free to give out disadvantage. These are bad things. These are not good. These are negative, you see. They hurt. Unless, of course, you give them to the DM. If a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest value. Because, after all, life is pain. Down to clown! Well, well, well. Dropping a yammer for the force of evil team. Interesting. That's going to pop out, most likely, a force of evil, you see. Which is evil. As you know, because it has the word evil in it. Arcana Popcorn, let me get back to you on that one. Because I need to finish this, and then we'll discuss. Remind me if I forget. Often I do. What is an advantage? I told you. What is a disadvantage? I told you. So, you're good. Now, advantages or disadvantage can only be given to players or the DM. When given to a player, you must specify who at the table it is for, or I will personally make the choice for you. And if given to the DM, Jeff will use it in order received. They can't be given to a specific NPC. Only to Jeff. Got it? Good. And of course, there's Show Love, our celebratory item. Goodness gracious, I love this tune. Send love to the team whenever you want. But now, you have the choice. You're touching the screen. Please stop it. Don't do that. We've talked about this before. No, Milo! Get the cursor off the screen! Off, not on. It's either on. All right, hold on, everyone. Milo, I will have your head. I literally will have it. On a platter! I won't continue. I will not continue until that is gone, Milo. I won't. I will sit here and I will delay this show until 11 p.m. Pacific Standard if I have to. All right, maybe I won't do that. All right, fine. Leave it there, but don't move it, Milo. Seriously. Now that it's there, leave it. The more you move it, the more people notice. We were talking about Show Love. Weren't we? I hate Milo with a passion. Funky G Macman. You know what just made my day? Your potato. You know what didn't make my day? The damn cursor! To my upper right. Actually, it's mirrored. I'm looking on... Milo, move it! All right. Do I have to continue doing this? I'm making a mockery of this intermission. This used to be the most professional part of the show. And now a mockery, Milo. All right, let's continue. Balloons, right? Good, force of good, golden balloons. Force of evil, purple balloons. The more you give force of good, the closer we'll get to force of good cards. Got it? Sort of makes sense, I hope. And also the potatoes. Ah, Fall Star. That is exactly what we were looking for. Thank you so much. We appreciate you and everything you do. So, each of those I don't even have words that work anymore. Milo really screwed things up, didn't he? Can everyone just repeat after me? Milo, you screw everything up. That's just what you do. Go ahead, you can type that out if you'd like. I'm waiting. sunshine. Oh, yeah. You make me feel so good inside, Milo. What just happened? What was that? What happened? I blacked out. Milo, what was that? Did you do something? Did you? Ah, there's a pain. There's suffering inside. I cannot figure out where this is coming from. Oh. Jared, thank you. You're finally someone who can control the situation. Tell these people to stop it. Really, no joke. Otherwise, I cannot come back. I won't be able to. Really, I won't be able to survive another week of this. It's painful, you see. Down to Clown, you are out of your mind with these yammers. I love it. We love it. We love you. I love it. Welcome 13. He is losing. First of all, isn't it losing? And yes, my mind. This happened a long time ago. Do you know what I have to do? I have to live with Milo. He's a prankster. All he does is makes things for me worse. That's it. And I live with him day and night, 29 hours a day, 41 days a week. All right. Good. I don't even know if I got through everything I was supposed to say. I was supposed to say things about other things, like, I don't know, the Dungeon Run. Head over to the dungeonrun.fandom.com, where you can read info on our characters. There's Dungeon Run merch there. You can join our Dungeon Run Discord. It's a wonderful community, except for the ones that aren't wonderful, which is about 41% of them. You can also upload your fan art there as well, and we love fan art. But we are going to get back to the show because, of course, that's why everyone comes. You want to see the party, of course, and not listen to Milo's tunes. So, I want to thank everyone who has shared tonight's show. If you haven't shared tonight's show, I ask you to please do so. Hashtag the Dungeon Run. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. And remember, I'll be joining you in your social conversation around the game. Now, it's time to return you to our adventurers.
Yeah! We are back. And what happened during intermission? It was a casserole explosion. Holy moly. Dimmu Bodum with not one, not two, but 3 potatoes? Dimmu Bodum, 4 potatoes!
Whoa!
Another one. 4 Dimmu Bodum potatoes. Thank you, Dimmu Bodum. That is
Thank you.
mind-boggling.
We will take the help.
The casserole souffle from a single person. But also Funky G Macman with another potato.
Wow.
Fallstar with the potato. But that's not all. The Team Force of Evil has got yams. Down to Clown. Not 1, not 2, 3 yams from Down to Clown.
Oh my
Thank you,
gosh,
Down to
guys.
Clown. Oh my goodness gracious me.
Wow.
We also got love from the real Ashen Mage,
Yikes.
Tiger Lily, David Gen Pro, Pie Tire Stormblade, J Rock, Lord Helm Smasher, Laughter 1998, Bubblegummy, Dream Blaze, and others. Thank you all for that. What does that mean? What does that mean? That means we have cards that have been unlocked. In fact, 2 Force of Good cards have been unlocked.
Yay!
Team Force of Evil, 76% of the way to their next card.
Wow.
2 Force of Good cards. So let's check those out right now. The first of those is from Gamershare, submitted by Gamershare. This is called Spudded Leather Armor. The power of the potato is strong with the party. For the next round in combat, everyone in the entire party is suddenly wrapped in an extra layer of potato-based armor, giving them +5 to their AC.
Even Meep?
Yeah, even Meep.
Oh.
So
Potato skins.
Potato skins got big potato appeal because made with potatoes and skins that are real. All right, so
Sorry, what?
no,
About to be
never mind.
twice baked.
Never mind.
Are you talking about the old chips, potato
yeah.
skins? I
Yeah.
remember those. Those were good.
Yeah.
We're old. Anyway.
Indeed. So the second
up,
card,
Jessica.
so take that +5 to your AC for 1 round. The second card was submitted by Air Force Demon 420. It is called Uggo Launch. During the next combat, any player may use their action to have Uggo launch them with all his strength at a target. Range 30 feet, roll an acrobatics or athletics check, your choice, to determine a hit. Damage is 1d4 times the number of squares traveled. Launched player lands in an unoccupied square adjacent to the target.
Wow.
Question.
Yes.
Could Uggo throw himself?
No, but
No.
you on your turn can trigger it with a willing participant. So it can be triggered on anybody's turn, including yours.
Okay, great.
Okay.
I was hoping.
Make sure you have consent before you.
Here I go.
All right, so that is our situation. Again, 80% of the way for Force of Evil to their next card. Pretty awesome.
You guys can just take your time. Take your time.
All right, so I think we are safe to go back to the map room. I haven't gotten the actual thumbs up from that but I
Define
think we were
safe.
back. I think we are back. Safe to go back to the map room. We left off at the top of the round, which is Uggo.
Right. So Uggo, now seeing the fire elemental's gone, and the other one over there, Meep, looks like it's on its way. This discordant thing next to him is not really keen to his ear, so he's just gonna smash that thing twice.
Hey, you know what? I've been told by production we have a close-up of the hodgepodge, if you want to see it. So let's just take a look at that first.
Whoa! Oh my
Oh,
gosh!
yeah.
I take it back. I don't want to see it.
Look at its mouth.
It's got an
Yeah.
eye in its stomach, and it makes me very uncomfortable.
Is it intestines on its thigh?
I mean, the answer to all of your questions is yes.
Yes.
I don't like how many
Oh my
eyeballs it has.
gosh,
I just wanted to
neither.
focus in on all the detail for our horrible opponent.
I'm
Good
very
job
uncomfortable with
painting
eyes in the lower part of your body.
All
Shouldn't
right.
happen. Not into it.
As Lily always says, eyes up here. Eyes up here.
Yeah, literally and physically.
All right. Sorry, Uggo, you were saying.
Yeah, so I'm Uggo's gonna take a look at this machine that's next to him and smash it twice with his maul.
The machine?
Yep.
Okay.
Don't
Does
forget
not
to say
like
it.
that. Oh, and he says, "Sus, Whitebeard, and oyster with pearl in it. This is one for you."
Not expecting a white beard drop in the "this is for you," but okay.
Not me. You know Whitebeard if you were. Told.
All right. You have advantage from Katrin on the first and advantage from Fallstar on the second.
Got an at 20, but I got to re-roll it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Lame.
18, 19, 18, 19.
Got another nat 20.
Well, that one stays. That would be the reroll. So.
Oh, that's the reroll!
Yeah.
Great. I'll roll for the second one now. That's just a nat 13 plus 7, so 20.
Yeah. Yeah. So they both you smack the crap
Mess
out of
up
these
that
things.
All right, so the first one. Wee. 20. It is 18 plus 7, so 25.
25 points of damage
on the first one. That was just on the first swing.
Oh my gosh, 25 points of damage on the first one?
On
Okay.
the first one, yep. On the
All
second
right.
one, it's another 15.
All right. So you 40 points of damage. All right. So you
What
have
happens when you crit with a two-hander?
yeah, and you're just wailing on this
Yeah.
this thing that's emitting a sound, and you hear it, and it's bending there is a there seems to be a sort of a crank on the side that's sort of bending as you bash into the side of this thing. It is not breaking. It is not, knocking off or coming unhinged from where it is secured on the platform.
It does look like it's taking damage. Though,
Absolutely, yeah. You're bending it and breaking it, but it is, it's just sort of, it's like taking a sledgehammer and starting to hit a tuba. It's going to take some. It's going to take some time, right?
You got to pinch that hole closed. Yes.
Yeah. Does that complete your turn? I go.
Yeah. I'll use my movement to swing us around closer to the hodgepodge, but still stay within 5 feet of the machine.
Okay.
Who amongst us hasn't sledgehammered a tuba in our time? Really?
Yep.
That's what I call therapy.
That does sound very
That's
therapeutic,
what I call
actually.
therapy. All right, so it's the other fire elemental's turn. Nobody's within 15 feet, right?
Yes, Meep is.
Meep is, right, and it did get a blast of cold from Meep. It's gonna take, it's gonna blast at James, because James just killed its friend. And it is going to...
Meep's like, hit me!
I don't want to live in a world where an elemental doesn't have any friends. This is what? Ranged attack. That is a 25 to hit.
Which hits even with my +5 to AC from the force of good.
Ooh, a 5 and 2 6s. Woohoo! 17 plus 4, 21 points of fire damage.
I, with my reaction, will use the elemental power of the Shield of Absorption to become resistant to that damage.
Okay.
While the shield is attuned and wielded, you may activate it as a reaction whenever you take a specific type of damage, acid, cold, fire damage. Yep. I have resistant and all damage of that, and I have I'm resistant to all fire damage until the start of my next turn.
Right.
Yes, yeah. And the next
attack, so you take half of that.
10.
And
okay. Ouch. I still, it's still basically like strapped to my back, so it's not giving me an AC plus, but we're saying it's giving me the elemental bonus for now.
And it is charged too, so it'll discharge that fire damage. Right. Although you're attuned to it.
It discharges when it
is struck.
When it reflects that damage back.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so that.
Are you wearing the ring?
I am wearing the ring, but I only took 10 damage, not 20.
Right. Good call.
Oof.
It only gets one of those attacks a turn, or does it get two? Sorry, did you say?
It gets. It can do one of those ranged attacks per turn.
Okay, great.
And Civ, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to do something incredibly foolish, and I'm going to. Oh no, I don't want to do that because then I'll lose my second attack. Dang it! I'm gonna have to hit the smaller hodgepodge. Scream. Yeah, I know. It sucks. Scream out. This is for all of you, except for Whitebeard. And then I'll take the short sword and the dagger and stab it into the neck of this small hodgepodge in front of me.
Okay.
So advantage, disadvantage?
You have advantage from Lo Cosa Nostra countered by Fail Waffle. Probably because of that comment.
Yep. And on the second attack?
On the second attack, you have advantage from Dagron Stonewolf, countered by Chef Scott 68.
Okay. The first one is a 9 plus 9, 18.
That hits.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then the second one is even more. 17 plus a bunch.
Hits.
Okay. So the first one will be my sneak attack.
Get it.
16, 17, 23 from the short sword.
Woo!
And then the dagger will do an additional 4 piercing and 4 acid, so another 8.
All right. Oh man, you have already massively hurt this thing. You're just shredding it as your knives stab and slice. Just chunks of this thing are falling off, bits of body part. they are cobbled together. They are fused in some arcane manner that seems illogical and unnatural, and they just fall away as your damage slices through this thing, just bits and globules of disgusting parts, decaying parts, landing with a splat on the ground. That completes your turn?
Yeah, I don't feel like getting an attack of opportunity. Actually, it can't attack me if I attack it, so I could move. Yeah, actually, I will move 30 feet west, directly west.
All right. So that brings us up to Fahima.
Right, once again, Fahima will give her action to Meep, and Meep will furrow her little brow and go... and cold damage the fire elemental in front of her.
All right.
And that's a dex saving throw, and I did 15.
That is a 15 as well. 11 plus 4.
Okay, so you take the full damage.
All right.
Nice.
And that's it. Fahima's gonna actually... Should she back up? She's right on the edge of that bridge, huh?
Yeah.
Now remind me, when that threw the arm, did it hit her when she was that far back, or was it when she was forward? I'm gonna stay
It's
there.
got
It's got a lot of range. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, I'll stay there.
Cool.
We're gonna test this range here.
All right. It is the hodgepodge's turn. And
Fahima does this.
Don't look at me.
The fire elemental is down. So this thing is going to move. Can we get a wider shot of the table? Maybe the top-down view would be useful to me.
How hurt is the fire elemental?
Hmm?
How hurt is the fire elemental?
Not very.
Okay.
I think Civ heard it for the first time. Oh, yeah,
Oh,
I think.
Civ did.
Not Civ. Meep hit it for the first time.
Oh, okay.
So we have Ugo and Lily are invisible and standing in front of the vent, and then on the south side there, that is who? I'm having a hard time seeing.
Fahima by the bridge, Civ, in front of her.
I'm closer to the elemental and Meep, so I am to the west of the elemental.
The west of the elemental.
And since Lily and
between,
and Ugo are invisible, I'm maybe its most visible.
It's gonna run up to you then, James, and attack you.
The hodgepodge?
The giant hodgepodge. It's gonna run. It's finally gonna move because the elemental has been killed. So it's gonna move all the way. James is right in front of that vent. Is that right? I'm not
Big
clear.
boy's got some.
Perfect.
Big boy's got some speed.
Well, he's gargantuan size, so his legs move. He's got a.
Oh my gosh.
He's got a. How far is that?
That was about 50 feet.
Yep, that's exactly his movement. 50 feet.
Okay.
Well, at 45, I'm assuming he's going to jump out of my threatened range, since he doesn't see me.
Yeah.
Cool. So I'm going to take that attack of opportunity.
Sure.
Okay. Do I have advantage or not?
You do have advantage from Funky G Mac Man.
Thank you, Funky G Mac Man. There's a I keep forgetting to add my D4.
Yeah.
Does a 21 hit?
It does.
Great. Roll a 4 on that D4. Okay. Well, then he's gonna take. He stops moving.
Yeah.
So he
his
stops.
speed becomes 0.
Right.
He stops at Ugo and Lily then.
Okay.
The 5 feet beyond me when I would get the attack of opportunity, and he takes 13 points of magical bludgeoning damage.
Nice. All right, so then he's going to turn and just kind of takes 2 swipes at where he felt that come from. I have advantage from Caldera, countered by Falstar and Angel Devilson on the first. I have advantage from Grim Fated, countered by Astorian 61 on the second. But they'll both be at disadvantage because you are invisible.
Yep.
And so the first... I rolled them already because of James. The first was an 18, and the second was a 22.
18 misses, 22 hits on the nose.
Because the
All
force
right.
of the good. Yeah.
So this is, you need to roll me a strength saving throw. You have advantage from Dimu Bodum.
I think I have saving throws on rage as well. Yeah, I have advantage on strength saving throws.
Yeah, from rage.
Yeah.
Okay, 22 is the saving throw on rage.
All right,
For
that
strength.
saves. You take 22 points of bludgeoning, which I'm assuming will be halved,
11. Yep.
and four points of necrotic.
Okay.
I think it stopped moving. Okay. Okay, now the little hodgepodges. The one that ran away from, you went 30 feet, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It has a fun. Wait, how far did the first hodgepodge go before you stopped it? Did it go 30 feet?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
It
So
went
you-
about 40, 45 feet.
Okay. So hang on. You also take.
I think. Yeah.
Whoa. You also take 17 points, additional points of bludgeoning, because it moved that distance before it hit you. It's a charge.
Oh,
Jeez.
shoot.
Thank
Ay,
goodness you
ay,
stopped
ay,
it. Oh my
ay.
gosh.
The small one that you just ran away from, Civ, is going to run up to you with a charge, and he's going to do something called Encage, which I think you guys have dealt with before. So you need to have do a contest of strength with me, please.
What was it called?
Encage. You probably remember it from the spell tower of the Ashen Mage.
Advantage or disadvantage? Or...
You have advantage from fail waffle via dice and capes, countered by Chef Scott 68.
Okay.
I
So
rolled
this is
very well.
just a contest of strength, just straight up strength.
Actually, you can choose athletics or acrobatics.
I'll definitely take
Yeah,
acrobatics.
I figured.
I got a 28.
I also got a 28.
Oh!
Beat or beat.
My.
Oh wait,
God.
this
Beat or beat.
is this a skill check? Can I add that D6 to it?
D4.
Well, but if you
This isn't a
No,
skill
no, but-
check.
no,
okay.
Not a skill
tie
check.
him, you win.
Okay.
Huh?
If he ties you, he wins.
That's correct. Meet or
You're
beat.
not
Yeah.
able to, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
All right.
gosh.
So it ran up into you and tried that. So the second
No
one.
hodgepodge hugs for you.
Where's the other one? Oh, it started at the same place. Can it get to anybody? Can it get to James? Who's the
With
closest
what?
person to where it is? It started at where the big one started. It
With
probably
what
can't
kind of
get to
movement?
anybody.
Yeah, what's
No.
his movement?
It's got a long movement. There's no way it can get to you. 15, 20, 30.
Amanda, the hodgepodge to the east that I moved away from is now over near me. Just to help you out.
10, 15, 20.
50 to
30,
reach
45,
5
40.
feet from.
So it's just gonna run up and get right next to the other hodgepodge, the large one that Ugo smacked, and it is going to just gonna swing wildly in the air right there because it saw its big guy do that, and it'll take. I have advantage from Caldara, countered by Uncle CW, but it is at disadvantage because of the invisibility. That's already a miss.
It's just seeing what its dad does.
Yeah, that was a miss, I'm sure. It's under 10. Okay.
Okay.
So that completes the turns. You guys are stymieing them at every turn. Lily, you are up.
Okay.
Okay,
You're
so
on Ugo's back. You just saw all that happen.
I saw everything. Invisible, but shocking.
Yeah.
So the fire, or I'm sorry, the big hodgepodge, the little hodgepodge went up next to it. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's standing right next to the big hodgepodge.
And then
You got
how
both
close
right
are
next to it.
Ugo and I?
You should be right next to him, right? Because
Yeah,
Ugo
5
had to
feet.
stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to see on here if there's a place because what I want to do, Jeff, just I want to cast Shatter, but I'm trying to do it so it doesn't hit Ugo and I.
Right.
Yeah, put it right in front of you.
So, can I put it? I want to hit both of the hodgepodges. So get it like between them.
Mm-hmm. I think you can do that.
I think I can do
Yeah.
that without hitting us.
Yeah.
I just can't
Yeah.
quite clearly see, so I wanted to double check.
You may even catch one or two of those sonic things.
Yeah. That would be great. So I will do that. Let me
Probably
cast.
Watch the floor. Watch the
That's
floor.
that. It's fine.
The northwestern one.
So both of the hodgepodges need con saves. And...
Yeah, I guess I can kind of put it up in the air a little bit too to kind of help hit the bigger guy.
I have
His eyeball
advantage
is-
from Grim Faded on the first, countered by Uncle CW, and advantage from David Gen Pro on the first, or on the second, countered by Grateful Citizen of Ein.
Okay.
The first is a 15. Second is way bad.
Way bad.
Way bad.
15 is the
15 and the
save,
second
so
is a 5.
Okay, that one does not save. So which one
Right.
was which?
The little one was the second one, and the first one, the colossal hodgepodge is the one that saved.
Of course. Colossal Hodgepodge takes 10, and
Okay.
the little
Nice.
dude takes 20
Nice.
Very
All right.
nice.
of
It's got a lot of
Thunder.
constitution, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then as a bonus action, I'm gonna move Ferdinand, who's just kind of been hanging out with me.
Yeah.
And then are there body parts on the ground?
I mean, yes.
Like that are falling off like the dead hodgepodge
Yeah,
thing?
mhm.
So I'm gonna command Ferdinand, he can only move 15 feet right now, but to go get the body parts and start putting them inside of these speakers.
Putting the body parts inside.
Yeah.
All
To
right.
like deafen the sound that's coming out.
Fun. Okay.
Okay?
All right.
So
So
he's gonna
you see this? I mean, you don't see anything; it's invisible. But your little servant, moving
I
dutifully
see it.
around, you see like an arm levitate up a few
Yeah.
inches off the ground and start moving across the.
I also hope that it will serve as disconcerting to the hodgepodges.
To the hodgepodges, it's disconcerting to us.
Yeah, that's true. I did not tell anyone I was doing this.
Exactly. Yeah, you guys have
We just
seen
see body parts start
moving on their own.
flopping around.
Yeah. Amazing. Amazing.
Well,
Stuffing themselves in the machine.
Yeah.
Lily's like, dun, 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 dun. Just
All right.
conducting.
So that brings us to James.
By the way, I just wanted to make sure that +5 to our AC started at the top of this round. Still right?
Yeah. So now it
Yes,
ends. Right. This is the last. This because
Okay,
we were at
got
the
it.
top of the round when it started.
Okay. All right. So much going on. So much going on. These hodgepodges are trouble enough unto themselves. I'm gonna turn around and look at that big fire elemental, and say, "You don't look like you come from here." And banishment on the
On
fire
the fire
element.
elemental. Amazing.
I believe
Okay.
there's something called the elemental plane of fire, and I think I'm going to send you home.
Pretty awesome. Smart.
Well,
Smart.
It's actually
smart.
kind of sweet.
All right. So it needs to roll what's the save?
Charisma saving throw of 15.
God. You don't know this thing is very personable.
I'm sure it's quite
I
charming.
just want to be friends with it. Really.
I have
Watch it
advantage.
has the voice of like Benedict Cumberbatch.
No.
Hey, pardon me, if you.
I was just a bit lost. I wasn't.
I have
There you
advantage. Advantage from
Ah, yes.
David Gen. I have advantage from David Gen Pro, countered by Grateful Citizen of Ein. I rolled a nat 1. Oh man. So that's literally a 0 because it has a -1 to charisma.
Yes.
Yeah. That
Yes.
doesn't get much. Yeah, it is. It immediately pops out of existence. The fire elemental just gone, which is pretty awesome for you guys.
So I will be concentrating on that. Then
Pretty
I will
awesome
move.
for you
I will
guys.
move. I will move 30 feet to the northeast, Amanda. Basically, kind of, just on the straight diagonal. Actually, right there is good. Back 2 spaces, because I want to keep the hodgepodge in my line of sight. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, okay, so I'm concentrating. And I don't want to get in the way of that sonic thing and the warden. So, yeah, let's not do that. So concentrating on banishment, holding it. But yes, okay, great.
All right, so that brings us to the top of the round, Uggo.
Uggo is gonna, now that this thing is up close and personal,
Yeah.
and swinging heavy,
Yep.
he's gonna take a look at it and concentrate on Dondo Corrigana's zone of truth.
Ooh.
And
Yes.
Jeff, I'm curious, what are the damage, condition vulnerabilities, resistances, and/or immunities to this thing?
All right. The colossal hodgepodge is immune to poison, immune to necrotic damage, immune to exhaustion, poison, and charmed. It has a no resistances to speak. It's resistant to non-magical attacks from bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing, as you would assume.
But it's immune to poison and necrotic and can't be charmed.
Correct.
Got it.
Yeah, immune to exhaustion.
Doesn't have any vulnerabilities.
That's correct.
Okay.
Good to know. Okay.
It didn't pay its taxes.
So just to be clear, that was an old force of good that we got, I think, 2 episodes ago.
Yes.
It has abandonment issues.
Also, it's made of body parts. All right.
It's
There's a lot of issues.
having an
on this.
identity crisis.
Anything else you'd like to? Anything else you'd like to do, Ugo?
Well, that's my action. I don't really have, unless somebody. Do you guys want the rage ability? Because then I could just drop rage and bonus action and activate it.
That's up to you.
If I do that,
Okay.
I'm only going to do that if you guys want to take the rage ability.
I think I would be the only one that would use it.
Okay.
And
Right.
I think,
Well,
and
You
I
would
don't
Lily
need
Blade,
it.
but yeah.
Right.
Right.
Well, and you guys have
Yeah.
concentration spells, so cool.
Right.
Well, then
Good
that's
point.
the end. That is the end of my turn then.
Okay, the fire elemental would go here, but you've destroyed both of those. Civ, you're up. Then Fahima.
I need this hodgepodge to leave me be. So I am going to ting my blades together and booming blade plunge this dagger into its face.
All right, booming blade. It is.
Advantage, disadvantage?
You have advantage from Fail Waffle via Dyson Caves, but is countered by Fail Waffle via Down to Clown.
Oh my gosh.
This is becoming a very complicated
It's a complex
relationship.
web we weave.
The very definition of a love-hate relationship.
16? Does that hit?
That does hit.
Sweet.
The small one, right? Yeah, it does hit.
Yeah. So 4 plus 8 plus 46 plus another d6 from the acid. Okay. 10 plus 8, 18, 21, 23, 24, 29 points of damage.
You stab this with your booming blade, it vibrates, and you see this incredible thunder damage just resonate through its entire disgusting body, and then it explodes, all the body parts flying, just a splattering of gore hits you in the face on your lava hide. You smear it off as this thing is a mess in front of you, just a pile of inanimate parts.
I have this strange innate desire to lick myself clean, and then I look down at my hands and immediately stop myself.
Yucky.
And then I will move. Let's see.
Can we get a top-down view?
Yeah, I need to see what I'm. Okay.
Thank you.
There's a big hodgepodge and a little hodgepodge, and they're both on the west side, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then I will circle around to the west side 30 feet. But that's not me, though.
Oh, yeah, she was moving the little hodgepodge.
Oh, the other hodgepodge. She knows what she's doing. Thank you,
Yeah, she's
Amanda.
great. You're the best,
And
Amanda.
then I will. Looks like I can still cunning action dash right up behind that machine that's shooting the sonic energy at the Warden.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll do that. I'll move
Okay.
another. I'll move another 30 feet.
Jeff, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
As this thing drops and picks pieces of it off and throws it, is it getting smaller?
Slightly, yes, slightly, and it is
So
being
it's
injured.
losing mass clearly.
Every time it does that, it's getting injured as
Okay.
well. It is injuring itself to do that. Yes. All right, so that brings us to Fahima's turn.
Yeah, who's the mini that's by the top right?
James.
It's James.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and then it's kind of hard to see from here, but we have a group of minis that are down between the
Oh, yeah.
bottom two. So that's Ugo, Lily, and a hodgepodge.
Lily and Ugo are engaged with the big hodgepodge and a little hodgepodge, and Civ is about, 15 feet behind them?
Yeah, Sid is standing behind that object that's producing the sound.
Okay. All right. So they're right in between those two sound things, all of them.
Yeah.
Okay. So Fahima sees that this fire elemental is now gone. Good one, James. To me. And she's going to cast a wall of fire between the two sound contraptions on the back end.
Oh,
That seems
yes.
to be the only ones that are clear at the moment.
Okay.
I really wish I could have
Nice.
caught those hodgepodges between them, but don't want to scorch my friends.
Sick.
Thanks.
The
All right, so
concentration on Dragon's Breath will be dropped on me.
All right. So you conjure fire to sprout forth magically from the ground, dragging a line between those two objects.
Yes, and they will take fire damage. Normally it's a dex save, but they're just inanimate objects. So I rolled 19 fire damage.
19 fire damage. Oh my goodness.
Melt them.
Light him up.
Yeah, and will we be able to see how far 60 feet goes? Oh, we are. Okay, cool. Ooh, what is she putting on there?
She's building
brought
a
fire.
firewall.
Ah, look at that.
Oh my god.
Yes. Oh, what are those?
I think Amanda
Little-
made those.
Little
Yeah, they
fire
look like
floats?
little. They look like red, like lace kind of.
Yeah, that's, I think that's exactly what they are. She's
God,
amazing.
that's so cool.
Amazing.
Does 60
All right.
feet make it across all the way?
Certainly looks like it.
Yeah, it does. Okay.
Does that complete your turn?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so
it does.
that means that the hodgepodge's turn, it can't. It's standing there next to Ugo, who's invisible. Lily is invisible.
Civ is probably in its line of sight now. Well, maybe not. Well, no, you couldn't really hide, could you?
I mean, I'm standing behind the machine, but I don't know how big the machine is.
Yeah. You're definitely visible to it. It is a towering 20-foot tall gargantuan thing.
Right.
Can look down on you.
Go ahead, Jeff. Move.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. It is going to. It can't see you. It's just gonna flail again at you. It's gonna bring it. It's gonna do stomp, which will actually an attack on Lily.
No.
It's okay. It's okay. She can use her reaction to redirect it.
Is the hodgepodge within
man.
10 feet of the wall?
That's a 16 to hit.
The +5 is gone.
Yeah.
I think hold on. No, that hits me.
16 to
Yeah.
hit. Okay, so that hits. So you gotta roll a concentration check, and
Or you could use your reaction to have it hit me instead of you.
Are you hurt though?
He's always
Don't worry
hurt.
about that. You're fine. You're on my back. You can just slap heal me. It's fine.
Okay, so then I will. Yeah, I'll use that reaction so I don't have to roll concentration to give it to Ugo.
So she pulls on the reins, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh!
all right. So you take 14 points of bludgeoning damage. You need to roll a con save. You have advantage from Dimu Bodum.
Thank you, Demo Bodum.
Emu Bodum doing work.
Ooh, 21. 21. 21. Plus 5, so 26.
Yeah, that saves. Oh, you guys, too powerful. It doesn't. Yeah. All right, it's stomped, and now it's gonna throw a piece of itself at Civ. Because of that.
Giving
Pulling
all the
again.
ladies, am I right?
Yeah, if I'm going to take an attack of opportunity because it's attacking somebody that isn't me.
All right,
Sentinel!
that's a 27 to hit.
Do I have
that'll hit.
advantage or no?
You have advantage from Dimu Bodum again.
I rolled another nat 20.
Reroll it.
Gotta re-roll it.
I know.
Brutal.
Jesus, I've rolled 3 of them. 3 of them.
Yeah.
I rolled another one.
He said the second one would count.
Yeah, the second one does count. You
Show
take
us.
Yeah.
11 points of bludgeoning damage, Civ, and
I don't.
Thanks,
it's not
Ron.
really working, but it's the silver one that's 20.
4 points of necrotic damage, Civ.
Okay, I'll uncanny dodge it so it's
Okay.
halved.
Yep. And a hodgepodge assembles itself in front of you.
Great.
And you are smacking me, right?
Critically.
Smacking the hodgepodge, I should say.
Yep. Really gotta get that so I can reroll ones and twos. 9, 10, 12, plus 7, so 19 magical bludgeoning.
Whoa. Okay. Oh my gosh. All right. And it can't move forward. Is that right? Oh no, that was just your.
It's still sentinel. I think it has to move in order for that part of it. Let me check. No, when I hit them with the opportunity attack, their speed becomes 0.
All right. Can't move. So we're up to Lily, then James. Lily, again, you're standing next to this thing, and people are. Your thing is throwing body parts into it. People are smacking it with things. This discordant noise is not ceasing, but you have this faint recollection, this sense that it reminds you of something.
Is there any way for me to like investigate that further or
Roll a history check if you want to think about it.
I'll do that.
It would be your action.
Oh, I won't do that. I just want you to let me roll history checks. Okay.
Use your action.
You know what?
Use
though?
it.
It could be really
Use
useful.
it. Yeah, use it.
It could be.
Oh,
Might
fine.
be
You're the
key to
only
the
one
fight.
who recognizes this.
This is pure pressure, but like in a good way. Ooh, okay, that's pretty good. 17.
17 history check. Okay. These sounds are discordant, atonal, but they stir something in you, something that you heard. The quality of the notes, jarring though they are, it's as if they are purposefully disharmonious. Disharmonious is the word I meant to say. But
either one.
But musically, you can almost hear the tune they are fighting against. You are remembering placing. It's almost as if this tune is like underneath. It is atonal, but you can sort of indicate the tune that it is the anti. The notes themselves are recalling in you a 4-note pattern that you heard before in a vision.
Clam juice vision?
No. You remember a vision. And you look around and the droplets in the air that are moving toward the warden kind of help clarify this memory of other droplets hanging in the air when you had this vision.
Of the woods.
That's right.
The Vargan fight.
In the Alabaster Woods. You remember there was a vision of this very woman. Not as a warden, but as the hero of the Ariat age that she was before she became a warden.
Right.
Do you recall what that vision was?
Oh my gosh.
You were standing in the woods,
I was
those
standing
same
in the woods. And
woods.
she came in with her army, right?
That's right.
And she was like, has a bow?
She had a crossbow.
Yeah.
She had a ceramic urn under her arm.
Mm-hmm.
She pulled a horn and she blew a horn. 4 distinct notes.
Mm-hmm.
You recall them now, and they seem to be fitting into the same pattern that you're hearing of these discordant notes. They're the sort of melodic
The
version,
anti-melody of that?
the anti-melody. Yeah, exactly. All right. Does that
Okay.
complete your turn?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I have no other action because I
Bonus
used that
action.
one.
Yeah.
James, you're up.
Got it. Okay, so still concentrating on having banished that fire elemental. I'm pretty close to the head of the warden now and pretty close to this kind of arcane collar. It seems to be restraining her in some way. I mean, yeah,
Yes.
the whole thing's restraining her.
Correct.
What? And she is just wincing in pain, yes?
Yeah, she seems to be completely out of it.
Okay. Let's see if this helps. I'm going to try to dispel the magic collar.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Dispel Magic on the collar at 4th level. So if it's a 4th level or lower spell, it will automatically be dispelled. If it's higher than that, I need to roll.
Okay. You need to roll.
Okay. Advantage, disadvantage?
You have advantage from Baron Bojangles.
Thank you, Baron Bojangles. That's a nat 20!
That's a nat 20, really?
And I have to re-roll it!
So many nat 20s in this fight.
Oh my. Oh my.
that's the worst.
Jeff, I feel like you're kind of happy because your fire elemental got banished.
Yeah, I mean, he banished my
you
elemental.
guys suffer a little bit.
It's only an 11.
Yeah. Boy, that's rough, man.
Wow!
Force of evil. The revenge of the force of evil. Okay. Yeah, you concentrate with all your might and you focus on this arcane circle that seems to be binding the neck of this incredible watery titan. Nothing happens.
Okay. That is both my spells and still concentrating. I'm gonna stay right there. So yeah, that's
Very
that's my turn.
All right, Ugo, you're up. It was a big swing, man. I liked it. It was a big swing.
Swinging for the fences.
I think Ugo's just gonna turn. He's been wailing on the hodgepodge. I think he's confident enough now to that's the right thing to do. He's seeing how well it's going for him, so he's going to turn and continue just wailing on the hodgepodge.
All right, you have advantage from Dimmu Bodum on your first and advantage from Dimmu Bodum on your second.
Thank you for both of those. Okay, the first one's a... Ooh, gotta roll a d4. 21.
Yep, hits.
And the second one is...
Nat 20.
Yep. I rolled another one.
Wow.
Yeah. Killing us. That FOE getting its money's worth.
The reroll of that is 17.
That hits.
Okay. Okay. So many nat 20s just gone.
I know. Just gone.
He does not feel sorry for us whatsoever.
No, of course not.
You guys are making
Yeah.
mincemeat of my beautiful creatures.
They're doing some damage.
Magical
16?
from the first one.
All right.
Second shot is much less. 12 magical bludgeoning.
12. All right.
I mean, 28 is still not bad.
All right. So you do what, 28 points of damage total. All right. Which is 60. Oh my gosh, you guys are rocking this thing. Yeah. All right. So Sid, you're up.
Wanna rock with you
All right, so I have a
all
hodgepodge immediately in front of me now. A new one, right?
That's right. Yeah,
A
it
new
was
one?
thrown at you.
And then there's the big hodgepodge, and then there's another small hodgepodge on top of that big hodgepodge.
Not
Near
on
it?
top, but near it. Yeah, right next to
Right.
it. Mhm.
Ugh.
Fema, you'll be next.
I want to get in there and help you guys, but
You got to
if you're
remember
busy.
that when I'm attacking him, if it tries to attack you with anything else, it's
yeah,
disadvantage and you get resistance.
right. All right. Well, I'll get in there and give it a shot. I'm gonna slash this hodgepodge that's in front of me with my short sword, just so it can't attack me as I run by it.
Okay.
Advantage, disadvantage.
You have advantage from Forest Elf 86, countered by Fail Waffle.
Okay. That's a 24.
It's a hit.
Okay.
Yep.
So it'll take 11 points of piercing damage,
Okay.
and then I'll.
It's dead. you oh no, that was the new one, right? Sorry,
Yeah.
that's
The new
another
one, yeah.
Yeah.
I added it to the wrong one. Okay.
I was like, do they get weaker as they go along?
That was the new one. I'm sorry.
So that's literally just so I can use my fancy footwork to run past it, and it
Right.
can't attack me. Then I'm gonna run up to the side of the big hodgepodge, take out my newly attuned dragon tooth dagger, and stab it into its foot.
Okay. I love it.
Right in the foot.
Right in the foot. All right, you have advantage from Dice and Capes.
Thank you, Dyson Capes. That would be a 22.
That's a hit.
Sorry, 23. Okay, and this one I'm going to use my sneak attack on.
Okay.
So 4, 6, 6 plus 11. Ooh, that's a terrible roll. 10, 12, 14, and I don't add anything else to it. So just 15 points of damage.
Okay. So you stab it in the foot, and you see, again, oozing pustules exploding, popping as you stab into the foot. It is made of, I mean, the foot itself is made of
Pustules
arms
is a
and
word
legs.
that should never be used.
Especially in conjunction with moist.
Or undulating pustules.
The foot
Undulating
itself
moist.
is made of arms and legs and torsos and body parts. I mean, there's even a face there on the foot. It is literally a thing made of other smaller things. So that brings us to Fahima.
Okay, Fahima will stride 30 feet forward and cast 4 magic missiles into the hodgepodge
Okay.
for 12 force
big-
damage.
The
Big,
big, boy.
one.
Yeah.
Big boy. And the firewall will do another 18 fire damage to the 2 sound contraptions.
All right, man. They're getting burned. They're heating up. Oops.
Wizard on the ball with the damage.
Roll
Lighten
it
it
before you
up.
do it. Make it quick.
That's right. There you go. Appreciate that.
All right. I'm sorry. How much was the damage to the hodgepodge?
12 force.
Okay. It is very hurt. Okay, it is its turn. It is going to, the little one is going to attempt to grapple Civ again, because that's the only thing you can see in front of it, right?
Yeah.
Didn't
And
he move though? Did he
I
move?
have no, the little one that's standing next to the hodgepodge, the big one, because you ran up to that one. So the other one,
Got it.
there's 2. One standing next to where he ran to, and where he ran from. So I have advantage from Caldara, countered by Tiger Lily. Man, that is going to be a 13.
I don't know what I have. Advantage or disadvantage.
Contest of.
Sorry, you have advantage from Dice and Capes.
Then that would be a dirty 20.
All right, it fails yet again. And the big one is going to do 2 attacks on you because you're the only thing it can see. And it is going to fair.
I mean, I can see Fahima striding towards it. Just shot magic missiles into it.
Can I cutting words its attack roll?
Yes.
I'll do
I'm also
that.
going to take the attack of opportunity because it's targeting someone that isn't me.
Go team.
Okay, on the first attack, on its first multi-attack, I have advantage from Grim Fated, countered by Doc Lannister. And on the second, I have disadvantage from Falstar. So, the first attack is 15. Second
Nope.
attack disadvantage. That's a 2 already. So, 2 and a natural 20. So I'll take the 2. Thanks, Falstar. So that'll be an 11.
That would have been real bad.
Also misses.
All right. It's trying to do literally anything.
The other smaller hodgepodge is left.
Yes, which is
The one that's
far,
at
far
random.
away. Is it close to James? Who's it close to?
It's probably equidistant from Civ and Fahima, but it's got the thing between it and Fahima.
Yeah, Civ stabbed it.
I don't see where it is at all. I'm sorry.
It's
What-
back behind the thing, so it could probably reach Civ again.
The southwestern machine. It's
Right.
just south of that.
That's
Thank
the
you,
hodgepodge you're
Amanda.
pointing at, Amanda.
Thank you, Amanda.
And then
Lovely
who's the
manicured,
closest? Who's the closest non-invisible enemy to it?
Me.
Civ.
Civ.
All right, so it's gonna run over to Civ and try to do it again.
Jeff, just want to make
Yeah.
sure that my
I-
attack,
Yes.
was at advantage because I'm invisible. It's
You-
the attack
yeah.
roll's 30.
Yeah. Yeah, it hits.
Ooh, one away from max
I have
damage.
I love that laugh, Jeff.
I have disadvantage from Falstar. The first roll was a 19, and the second is a 9. So that is a 16 contest with you, Civ. You have advantage from the Carson.
Thank you, Carson.
It's 18 magical bludgeoning, Jeff.
Okay.
I got an 18 on my acrobatics.
All right.
Wow.
You beat me. All right.
I mean, I have plus 11 on my acrobatics.
Yeah. I believe it.
I think it would be pretty hard to wrap Civ up if he doesn't want to be hugged.
Yeah, clearly. All right. So as you smack into this thing, it is the large one. I mean, bits have fallen off it. It is shedding size and mass. It's getting very. It's looking shaky at this point. We are up to Lily's turn.
Okay. It's looking a bit anemic. Jeff, can I remember this tune? I assume Lily would.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Yes.
I am going to, as to not give away Uggo's location, send a message to the Warden.
Oh.
And I will, in my message, sing the song or the tune
Yeah.
Oh.
on repeat a few times.
Okay.
And see
Roll me a
if that
performance check.
stirs anything for her.
Yeah. Roll me a performance check. You have advantage from Cosmic Lord 09.
You got this. You got
Oh,
this.
advantage? Awesome. And I still get
Brilliant.
the bless effect, right?
No, but
Yeah.
it's not on
Oh.
skill checks.
Oh,
Well,
right,
don't
okay.
we have one for skills plus D6?
You
to
do.
skills?
You have a plus D6 to skills. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If
Okay,
you need
well,
it,
If I need
because
it,
your performance is probably crazy.
I only
high.
get it once.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I roll. it's a 25, so it's good.
You
All right.
know,
Lily's
so you-
performance is crazy high.
You repeat this 4-note tune several times telepathically using your magical spell in your head, and you sing it beautifully. You amplify your voice in your head and direct it, and you see a stirring. The watery form of the warden starts to jostle. You see a flickering in its eyes. It is clearly hearing you and responding to that 4-note pattern.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, that's my full action. So I got.
James, it is your turn.
Is
I'll
there
go.
anything
We
else
gotta mute those speakers.
Okay, I'm killing the big one first, though.
Okay, good job.
conversation.
I will. Can you pull back camera or above? Top down is fine too. Or no, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I pretty much have a straight shot on that one that's flanking Civ and is run up behind Civ, the little one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to fire 2 Eldritch Blasts at that one.
Okay. You have advantage from Storm of Blades on the first, and advantage from Pytyrus Stormblade on the second.
Thank you, Pytyrus. Yes, that is a 24 to hit on the first one, and a nat 19 on the second one for a crit.
Nice. So this was on which hodgepodge? The small
little one behind Civ. Yes.
Yeah.
The crit was just for that one round. I don't think it stays.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Oh.
You're right.
Yeah, when you
You're
guys announced
absolutely
it,
right.
started.
Good catch. Thank you.
Nice
So let me
try,
re-roll that
Warden.
damage. Dang it. Yeah, let me re-roll that damage. That is 23 points of damage, force damage to that little guy.
All right. It is very badly injured.
Okay. That's my action. I'm staying right there.
That was
Yeah,
the one that
that's-
Civ stabbed when he ran by it, right?
Yeah.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
That's
Top of the round, Uggo.
Okay, Uggo says out loud, looking, you can't see him, but he says to the hodgepodge, "You might be big, but Amanda is bigger!" And he is going to swing 2 times again.
All right. You have advantage
Just-
from Dimu Bodum and on the first, and advantage from Z-Man 9018 on the second.
Thanks, Z-Man and Bodum.
Nat 20.
Yep.
All night.
Keep
Oh,
those
your
dice,
magic dice.
though. Yeah.
I know.
Okay, so the second roll is a 17, or the re-roll of the nat 20 is a 17. Oh, gotta roll the d4. 17 plus 8 plus 2, so 27?
27 points of damage?
27 to a hit. To hit.
Two hit was a hit. Yeah.
Second attack to hit is 28 that time.
Yeah,
So-
both of them hit.
Yep. Oh, no, it's actually technically
Civ, you'll be next.
32. It's 32.
32 points of damage.
No, sorry.
Oh, no, to hit.
32 to hit, yeah.
Boy, my
The damage
goodness.
is now coming, and that is... total of 24 in 2 swings. 24 magical bludgeoning.
All right, this
First,
thing is
yeah.
on its last legs. You have smacked into it again. Pieces. It is being pummeled, and you just see these sort of sacks of organic material land, squishing, falling away, and losing their life force, whatever it was holding them together. It is just shedding size and mass. You're just making mincemeat of this decaying flesh. Civ, you're up.
I am going to. It looks pretty bad. The big guy looks pretty bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said last legs.
There's a big guy and a little guy, right?
There's 2
Yeah.
little guys.
There's 2 little
Still.
guys.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use.
He'll die if the big one dies.
I'm gonna use
Maybe.
bonus action.
Oh, dude, I totally. Sorry, go ahead.
What?
Bonus
Forgot
action.
the do not read aloud. Force of
Right.
evil.
Oh!
Did you want to use it now?
Yeah.
I can't. It was supposed to proc, and I just forgot that it was queued up. There's too
Okay.
many other things to keep track of. Go ahead.
Do it next fight?
So bonus action disengage, and
Yeah,
then
I
I'm
know.
going to leap up onto this thing with the dagger, and I'm gonna stick it into it and try to climb up onto its chest.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Man, I never forgive myself for that. We also have another force of evil that has been triggered.
Ah!
You have advantage from Vutha Vith, Civ, on that attack. You
Yeah.
was it 2 attacks?
Just one attack. I had to use my bonus to disengage, so I didn't get attacked by everything around me.
All right.
Jeff, I'm totally okay with you using that thing. You got so much going on and keeping track.
Yeah.
No, I mean you don't know what it
Totally
is.
okay.
You don't know what it is.
So
It's supposed to have happened already.
13 plus 9 is 22 to hit.
22 is a hit. Yes.
Okay. This would be 10, 19, 22, 25 plus 5 is 30 points of damage.
30 points of damage. Okay. You topple this thing. You climb up on it and you stab and slide down, splitting it wide, its pieces bisecting, falling away. You're using the weight of your body to pull down with the dagger, and it is like mush between your fingers along your dagger as you slide down. This thing, having taken so much damage already, it just falls away and lands. You fall with a thud on the ground yourself. It's just pieces of gore sitting on the ground, oozing all around you. It is completely destroyed. We still have a couple of small ones, but there is a Force of Evil card that I want to read.
Ferdinand, just when that happens, he does come over and pick up one of those body parts right in front of Civ and like just puts it into the speaker.
Oh, it's trying to get away!
All right. This is a poorly timed one too. This should proc next episode. I kind of want to save this for next episode, seeing as I messed up the other one. This one was from Divine Matt. It's called Lord A's Lament. It seems Lord Ereban is needing more attention. He wants in on the action. For the rest of this episode, every time a player rolls a 15 or higher on their d20, they will have to say something nice about Lord Ereban, or it transforms into Nat 1. He's nice enough to let you on his show, after all. All right,
like
so
it.
we don't.
Oh my gosh, amazing.
We're gonna hold that one for
Not
next
enough
time.
time for that to be this episode.
That's
Okay,
funny.
that's fair.
Yeah.
That
That's fair.
should be in full combat.
It'll give Lord Ereban something to look forward to for next week.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
All right,
God,
so you
it
have
must
toppled
smell
this
so
mighty,
bad.
colossal creature. There's a couple of small ones to mop up. There's still a burning wall of fire that is searing and blasting into these things that are producing sound. What would you guys like to do? You're up, Fahima.
If we're just trying to mop up these little guys, I'll just keep shooting magic missiles into them.
Okay.
So I'll do.
Works.
Yeah.
Do they look hurt?
Very.
Beginning with the cleanup.
Very hurt. Okay,
Yep.
so I'll just do it at first level then, and I'll shoot 3 magic missiles into whatever one is closest to me. And that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 force damage into that one. And then, I mean, I'm sure it's arbitrary, but another 16 or 21 fire to the sound machines.
All right. They seem to be very badly destroyed. The two that are in the path of the fire. In fact, the sound sort of starts going. And it is. I mean,
It's like an old record that starts to
melting.
melt. Yeah.
Yeah, that hodgepodge is dead from the magic missile. There's only one left, and it is very badly injured as well.
And
it is
Fahima will
its
move
turn.
Up as well.
Hmm?
Fahima will move up as well. Sorry.
All right, it is its turn. It's going to try one last time to grapple whatever is closest to it.
That would be me.
That's what it does. I have advantage from down to clown, countered by Fectious.
What do I have?
You have advantage from Storm of Blades. Mine was a 26.
You got me. You got a 24. That's my gift to you.
Well, my gift to you is that it walks over to you, and if you remember in the spell tower, it happened then as well, if you recall that episode. This thing is sort of a arbitrary mismatch of bits and pieces, arms and legs and feet. The torso itself is sort of an open cage with built out of arms. Where ribs might be, there are arms and fingers and feet, and it opens up. These arms, these appendages open up and gobble you inside. You try to fight back against it, but it pulls you in. And as it does so, you are grappled and restrained, and it walks over to the edge and leaps off.
That's fair.
Good.
It falls.
Okay, so I need some clarification of order of who's gone, because I don't know if I've used my reaction this round or not. I attacked the thing twice, then
Civ went, then Fahima went. Now it's the Hodges.
so when Civ went, it died. So I haven't used my reaction this time. So as it moves out, I'm assuming I'm within 5 foot since it was right next to where we were, or no?
If that was the one that was right next to you, then yeah, you're within 5 feet. Yeah.
Okay. So then it would be moving out of my attack range, and I'm going to take my attack of opportunity.
Okay. You have advantage from Tuo Mask.
Okay, does a D4. 21 hit.
Yes.
Its movement becomes 0.
Yeah, so it doesn't get off the platform.
No, it does not.
Yep.
It takes 16 points of bludgeoning.
Yeah.
As that, your hammer comes, as it tries to move off, Civ, you're trapped inside this cage, this organic cage of decaying flesh. It walks right by Uggo, headed to the edge of the platform to just dive off into the lava.
No!
Uggo swings his mighty maul, connecting out of nowhere. You don't even see it. It's invisible, Civ. All you see is the approaching platform edge where steam rises and lava awaits below. But the maul connects and you feel the impact as it resonates through the surface of this cage that you are in, busting it apart, the body parts falling limp, landing on the ground, destroying this thing, and you collapse out of it in muck everywhere. And you stand up and all of you see that the enemies have been vanquished.
Oh, you need a bath.
Yes, I do.
Oh my gosh, are you alright?
I suppose.
Uggo hugs Civ. Invisible Uggo hugs Civ.
Lily also, from above Uggo, puts her arms around Civ.
What's going on over there? It looks very strange.
I'm just getting squished.
Are you okay?
Squished.
We have to destroy those speakers.
Oh god.
On it! And the
Right.
fire will just keep burning away at these other two. And
Yeah, and as that continues, as the flames continue to rise and burn, there's been so much damage already done to them, and the rest of you start unloading on the others, banging and bashing them. Lily, you're continuing to hum this tune in your head, and as they crash and bang, as these sort of sonic resonators that are there start to become disabled from your constant assault, you start to see the arcane symbol around the neck of the warden dim and fade, and her eyes open. Suddenly,
Uggo says real quickly, "We might want to get off this platform."
she's suddenly aware, and she looks alarmed, and she starts to shift, jostling about in the lava below. Fresh bouts of steam billow up from the magma as she moves back and forth. It is blasting through the vents near where you are standing. She is pulling and twisting, attempting to pry her head from the stockade. A 100-foot tall titan wrenching itself free from the harness that binds it. But the effect is that the entire platform upon which you are standing begins to tilt and sway wildly. It's clear that she is going to topple this entire thing in her effort to break free of it. And you look and you see the only way to escape up and out is to use the same mechanism that Civ saw the cloaked figure use. The steam continues to push up and out the top of the volcano.
They didn't see that.
Correct.
Right. So I'm going to say this way, and I'm going to start running towards the top of the platform where I saw them escape.
But the exit's that way.
I know another way.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So
start
Civ,
running.
as you run over to it, it is a simple device. Chains that seem to be connected to a series of pulleys high above you. A simple yank on a cord attached unfurls the canopy, an umbrella of sorts that catches the rising steam and carries the holder up and out of the volcano. You just have to hold on. Roll me a history
do
check.
Me? History?
Yes.
Okay. Advantage, disadvantage?
You have advantage from Storm of Blades.
12?
It reminds you of another a device you used that was like this once. Inside a thieves' den in Shantytown.
That was to get down into the thieves' den.
No, it wasn't. It was to get up.
Oh, you're right. We had to stand on that little chute, and it shot us up at the very end.
Oh, that's
yeah.
right.
Wow.
All right, so you're pulling on this thing?
Yeah.
Okay. As you do, the moment you pull it, it starts to yank you up at an incredible speed. I need you to roll me a dexterity saving throw. You have advantage from laughter 1998.
Dirty 20.
All right. So are all of you doing this? Are all of you following suit? It's the platform is moving and writhing underneath your feet.
I'm in Ugo's saddle, and I assume we're right behind.
All right.
Yes.
Everybody roll me a dexterity saving throw that's grabbing onto these chains and pulling the cords.
Is the thing that's triggering this something I can see?
The thing triggering what?
The dexterity saving throw. I get advantage on dexterity saving throws if it's an effect I can see.
Yes. But you also have advantage from Falstar.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Fahima, you have advantage from Don't Hate Fahima, countered by Grim Fated. James, you have advantage from the Carson, and Lily, you have advantage from Captain Critical.
Ooh, thank you.
We can add our bless to this, yeah?
Are we technically in combat?
No, you're not in combat anymore.
Okay.
No. So
In fact, we can leave the map room. Thank you, map room. Amazing work.
Thank you,
Map Room.
Thank you, Greg.
Amanda.
Thank
miss
you,
you,
everybody
Amanda.
who
And
put in
Greg.
work to make that incredible model. It was awesome. Thank you.
So amazing.
Dexterity saving throw 15.
Okay.
18.
Anybody else? 18?
21.
Okay. So all of you have this experience. You soar up, grabbing on to this, just a single grip. You soar up into the sky, up through the interior of the volcano, the blistering underside of the mountain wall, rising and sloping us alongside you. Crags and rocky outcroppings all around, the shape of Skyscorcher coming to its peak. You look down and you see the bubbling lava below, red and orange, the massive metal platform tilting this way and that like a ship on turbulent seas, like a bridge in an earthquake. And above you, the huge metal turbines, turning rapidly, violently. They are enormous, and it seems impossible that you'll get by them. Vroom, 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 vroom. But somehow the rotation times just right, and you skitter through a gap between the blades. The split second it opens up. You see the sharp metal pass inches from you as you rocket past it. And then you were deposited at the top of the mountain. Open air above you, the sun low in the sky, the smell of burning, and the sound loud, noisy. You stand in the courtyard of a castle perched on top of a volcano, the castle that you spied through the telescope in the spell tower in Winkberg. Steam and smoke swirls all around it, rising up from underneath from the huge gaps that lead far, far below. And this castle seems to be launching an assault. The sounds of battle erupt all around you, below you. The castle courtyard where you stand is situated high on a rise, but you can see far down below, down the sharp incline of the peak. There is an incredible army, immense. It seems to be thousands and thousands of troops, but no ordinary troops. Hodgepodges.
Oh.
Abominations small and large, created from assembled body parts, all moving. Then you see where they're coming from. The castle appears to be multi-tiered, and in a lower section, you notice an incredible concentration of activity. The electrical energy you saw being generated by the turbines inside the volcano seems to be channeled here through large conduits to strange machines being operated by a group of clockwork creatures, robots, exactly like the ones you fought and Lily impersonated inside the Lodestar. These mechanical constructs are furiously manipulating levers and dials on the huge machines and loading the contents of large spherical bubbles into them. Periodically, a bolt of electricity crackles across the surface of the machines, built-up energy discharged with a mighty krakoom. And it causes some reaction to take place inside the machines, and new hodgepodges come out the other side. They shamble and move, joining the fight lower on the mountain. Reinforcements added every few moments. They rush and swarm, and the sound is awful. Climbing on one another, moving, attacking, a throng rushing at their enemy. And their enemy is visible to you. It is two 100-foot-tall wardens. The same two wardens you freed high in the sky and at the bottom of the ocean. The Storm Warden and the Inferno Warden, running headlong into the fray. But they look different. They are clad in gleaming armor, gigantic plate fit for titans and designed for battle. You see them, their eyes furious, moving through the throng. They cut and burn through the lines of the hodgepodges, wiping out hundreds at a time with mighty swipes or blasts of incredible elemental energy. Lightning erupts from the Storm Warden, bolts coursing through its body and discharged into the rock walls of the mountainside, exploding, causing landslides to topple and smash countless hodgepodge monsters. Searing blasts of fire burst from the Inferno Warden, igniting hordes of writhing body parts. They are mowing through these things by the thousands, knocking clumps of them high into the air, moving up the mountain, laying waste to an army of abominations. But still, more and more come, a seemingly endless onslaught. But that's not all. In the air above them, above you, are hovering dragons. Enormous beasts of all shapes and sizes, dozens of them. Their mighty wings flapping, beating against the air, waiting to descend upon the wardens. And then they do. As if waiting for a cue, they begin to fly toward the wardens, screeching and diving, many of them all at once, their ferocious jaws open wide, plumes of deadly energies spewing forth, raining destruction down upon the titans. And just as this happens, as you're watching the wardens face assault from above and below at the same time, the door to the castle opens. Beyond the threshold is darkness. Even those of you with dark vision have a difficult time seeing beyond the open door in front of you. But out of that darkness steps a figure. A figure clad from head to toe in a dark robe. Black at the top and gray like smoke at the bottom. And it speaks. Well, you all made it. My. I have to admit, I wasn't sure you could. But it seems I've been underestimating you all along. That's not something I do often. But you are already too late. Look at them. The wardens are weak, dying. And you can see clearly from where you are the two wardens fighting valiantly, back to back. Hordes of hodgepodges swarming at their legs, beams of energy bombarding them from the mouths of dragons. You see them lifting their arms, deflecting these attacks, knocking and smashing the hodgepodges, combining their elemental powers as you remember being able to do yourselves when you inhabited their colossal bodies in your vision. A thunderous fusion of fire and lightning detonating on a dragon. But they do look weak, strained. They are fighting against overwhelming odds, and you see them taking damage, struggling. The battle rages on as you have this calm conversation with the Ashen Mage. All your efforts to free them, and the key to their power, already stripped away. Behold, my power. An army animated from the discarded, or created whole cloth from the smallest particle. An alliance with the dragons. They defend me even now. Torvald the timid and the natural order could not stop us. The wardens could not stop us. Did you think that you could do what they cannot? You are insignificant, a speck, a fly to be swatted, nothing more. I am the greatest mage to ever walk. You have been an annoyance, freeing the wardens. Soon the wardens won't matter at all. We will have already gotten what we need. She indicates down below. They refuse to see the inevitable. We've already won. You see the wardens continue to fight. One reaching out its enormous hand and grabbing a dragon by its neck, holding its wing and slamming it into the side of the mountain. Dragons and wardens battling on an epic scale out below you. Titans the size of buildings unleashing their fury on winged beasts the size of airplanes.
James's hand is still shaking, and he steps forward. The old ones seem to think you're a prima donna.
Her head.
A poser. A fake.
You can't see the top of her face. It's still obscured by this dark cloak over the top. You see just the bottom, her chin.
Dead woman walking.
Do you want to see what real power looks like? The old ones are nothing. They know it. Behold. And she pulls out a glimmering orb. The mote of sparks. It is a dazzling, overwhelming object of light and power. You recognize it from your vision. Do you want to see me use it?
No, thank you.
Wise girl.
Thank you.
Jeff, what's happening with the warden that's down in the volcano during all of this?
It is unclear to you at this time. You rocketed out of there amidst a terrible jostle and movement.
Do I see a way for us to retreat from where we're at?
You could turn and run across the courtyard and try to leave out the back of the area of the castle.
Oh, so we're actually in the castle with her.
You're in the courtyard of the castle.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead.
And out in front of you, these two doors have opened up.
How far is she from us?
I don't know, 40 feet, maybe a little more.
She's holding the mote of sparks in her hand.
Yes. She says,
Jeff, you said she's 40 feet?
yep.
Check something real quick, like...
Lily's just gonna
Yeah, I'm gonna activate
silently
Divine Sense.
command Ferdinand to go closer to her.
What did you
Jeff,
say,
I'm,
Edgar?
I'm activating Divine Sense.
Okay.
Is she a celestial, fiend, or undead?
No.
Okay.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Let me do this. Here's one question. So the long rest worked for the short rest that was a long rest worked for the flask. So I assume it works for the Pearl of Power as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I look at Uggo. And then I look back at the Ashen Mage. I activate the Pearl of Power with an action. And then I Misty Step right next to her. And I use the Exploding Ring.
And as you activate the Pearl of Power and cast Misty Step, you hear her holding the mote of sparks, and she says, "Stop." And every part of all of you is frozen in place. Electrical energy surges out of the mote of sparks, surrounding you. All of you completely frozen. James frozen in the act of casting Misty Step. Exactly as when you went into your vision. She smiles. This is what real power looks like. The essence of a warden. Stolen. Extracted. Mine. And from the doorway, that black doorway, you see another figure in a black cloak emerge from the darkness. And you hear, "We've stolen quite a few things." You see this figure move forward alongside the exact duplicate of Uggo. Bit younger, less experienced looking, but very clearly Uggo. And it holds an ornate urn in its hands. An urn that looks a lot like the one you've seen before in a vision. Lily, for you, twice. The figure, the new figure in the black cloak, reaches up and pulls back her hood. Underneath, you see the face of a tiefling. Curled white horns, purple hair, a face beautiful but hard. This young woman has endured much in her short life. She continues to speak. "Yes, we have stolen much, but the wardens are the real thieves. Don't you understand? They took it. They took it all from us. hundreds of years of progress and knowledge. They wiped it all away. But I'm stealing it back. We are all stealing it back. She looks at Civ. You want to be the world's greatest thief, Sivrak. We used to talk of this. Like you said, stealing crust of bread on the streets of Olsvach, dreaming of the future. This is how. What greater prize than this? Stealing back the ideas that they took. Look at this army built out of discarded bodies. This is the kind of idea they don't want us to have. Clones of the orc, of the girl. We can do these things. We can create life from nothing. The ideas were there in the Ariat Age. We had power, so much power, and they wiped it away. Burned the knowledge like so much garbage. But they didn't do a good enough job, Sivrak. And we were able to find the scraps, the crusts of bread, and put them back together, stealing things here and there, finding clues, using our minds, Sivrak. And you have been so valuable. You helped us. Like we were working together. Like the old days. You made it possible for us to get the book. She holds up a stack of pages cut from their binding, tattered. The heroes of the Ariat Age? These are heroes? No. These are villains. Scoundrels. Thieves. Like us, Sivrak. They took the most powerful idea ever imagined and they kept it for themselves. They said, no, the rest of the world cannot have this. This is for us alone. Then they wiped the slate clean, destroying knowledge, destroying records, wiping memories. They said, we, the strong, we, the warriors, are the only ones who deserve it. But we say no. We, the minds, say no. We can reclaim our legacy. It is ours. The wisest, the cleverest, the most cunning. Not the strongest. Not just the war heroes. It belongs to the greatest minds. The greatest mage. She points at Calcutta Theed. The greatest scientist. And from the darkness, a gnome walks forward. Fardinald Erdenford. The greatest leader! A half-dragonborn, half-triton warrior steps forward from the darkness. Jan Mo. And the greatest artist. Me. The most potent power in all of Ain belongs in the hands of the greatest minds. But we were working on a false premise all along, Sivrak. There are 5 wardens. All along. You led us to that information, Sivrak. Without the book, we would never have known. 5 heroes. 5 wardens. 5 moats. And you are the key to it all, Fahima Tig. Erdenford was puzzled so long in trying to perfect your clone. Each attempt a failure. Each try an inadequate imitation. Time after time. But then it became clear, undeniable. What you really are is special. It cannot be replicated. Join us, Fahima Tig. Become our fifth. We have already extracted the motes from the first 3 wardens. Together we will find the last 2 wardens and take the power back. I am offering you the thing you have always wanted. Knowledge. Power. But you must decide. Right now. Join us. Forsake your friends and embrace ultimate power. Wait. You said Sivrak too. You said the rest were disposable, but we could take the tabaxi. You need a 5th. We can take him. Siv, join us. Silence, Vic. Fahima, I made you the offer once before. Now I do it again. Replace Vargan. Become my new apprentice. Learn magic like you have never imagined.
He starts to struggle against the freezing power.
As does Ogo.
The last time we spoke, you said necromancy and blood work, no thank you. But you've had much more time with my book, haven't you? Have you tried the spells? Have you felt how powerful they can be? The thrill of using life as a resource. What is your answer, Fahima?
Can I break free from the freeze?
You can speak.
You think you know me so well. The Wardens are here to protect us.
Look at how well they're doing. And you see them.
What could you want with more power and more knowledge? Oh, so you're the greatest mage who ever lived. So what? Do you not value happiness? Peace? Nothing good comes from those who have absolute power. And I will not join you. I would never join you. Yes, the spells are powerful. But I use them to do good. To save the life of my friend. To free a warden, a protector of our world. No.
No. That is a pity. We could have done it the easy way. No matter. We can still keep trying the hard way, can't we, Fardinal? Every try so far has been a dud, but I'll perfect it with enough blood.
If you kill me, if you kill my friends, you lose the key.
Well, it's lucky for us then that we have quite a lot of your blood, don't we?
Jeff?
She turns, and you see a hodgepodge emerge from the darkness of the castle. Severed limbs, hands and arms and legs form a shell, gripping, holding, restraining something inside. Something with fur. I'm sorry. I was captured. I had no idea.
No.
Zanalka
No.
has quite a lot of your blood for Fardinal to use. Unfortunately for her, it is going to be quite painful to extract it.
It won't work. It won't work. You need my blood. You need it fresh. That won't work.
You
It's
see
been
her
tainted.
turn and start to manipulate her hand, and Zanalka starts to scream.
No!
You can make the suffering stop, Fahima. Join us.
Fahima looks to her friends around her.
You hear Zanelka. Don't do it!
And if I go with you, what happens then?
If you don't go with me, your friends shall die.
So, you're making me choose between Zanelka and my friends.
If you choose to see it that way,
Fahima will try to cast Fireball.
all right? Roll me an Arcana check. You have advantage from New 7, countered by Grimfaded.
Thank you.
Jeff, I'm looking at Yon Mo. Does he
Yes.
happen to have a crustacean hammer anywhere on him?
Roll me a perception check. You have advantage from Confusing Wookiee.
23.
23.
Yes.
13.
You start to conjure your fireball, Fahima. Summoning all of the fury of the fire that burns inside you. You can't get it to come out. You can't touch the weave. The arcane energies inside you are stymied. Somehow, some way, you're unable to produce fire. 13 is your perception check. You seem, it looks like there's something on a belt, maybe around the back side of Yon Mo, but you have a hard time knowing exactly what that is.
Jeff,
Yes.
in this frozen state, Uggo tries to call to his ancestors.
Okay.
If that doesn't work, he tries to summon his rage and call to the Candle Queen.
Okay. Roll me a religion check.
Okay.
You have advantage from Falstar.
Dirty 20. I rolled a 19. So close.
You get so angry, the rage boiling up inside you. You try to connect with your ancestors. You feel them there, a barrier between you and they. You can't seem to move. You can't seem to move a muscle. You are so furious inside. You reach out to the Candle Queen. And the rage fights with the calm that she seems to desire. A battle inside your very heart, a silent battle raging inside you. Your eyes wide, watching it all, attempting to push down the fury that you feel so you can reach the calm needed to commune with the Candle Queen. You envision in your head a burning flame, and you try to steady it, It flickers and flickers in your mind's eye, and you try to steady it. You try to force it to hold fast and true. And you cannot. There is too much fury, too much rage, too much desire to destroy. Do you think your magic can do anything right now, Fahima?
Sanoka, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't. I'll lose them. I'll kill 4 other people. I'm sorry, I can't. I won't.
Don't.
So many people will die if I go with you. I can't.
I will awaken mind to Yan Mo. Chomel.
And you see the Dragonborn.
Your parents would not want this. Uggo the Brave would not want this.
It registers across the Dragonborn Triton's face. You see his eyes darting around, looking for the source.
Your parents did not suffer for this much destruction to be wrought upon the world. You were a leader. You were a king. The rightful king of the Shazengao. These things you've surrounded yourself with, they are a poor excuse for the power that you should wield, for the title that you deserve.
Give me a persuasion check, James. You have advantage from Tiger Lily.
21.
You see this creature look. Reaches for a weapon. Stays his hand. Zanalka!
Won't do it.
He turns slowly.
No.
Pulls his dagger out.
Just. Please.
Alcata! They are
Please.
in my head.
Oh. Sheathes his dagger. He turns and walks back into the darkness. You see the back of him standing in the doorway, heaving up and down, struggling. Ah, so full of trick.
We also happen to have the truth on our side.
Is that so? So, Fahima, your answer is no.
I can't.
So be it. You and your friends shall die. And she begins to lift up the mote of embers, the fiery, burning energy orb. It starts to glow and vibrate with incalculable power. Oh, there is one more thing. I know how to find Conroy Tig. I can take you to him. He is in great danger.
I don't believe you.
He needs you, Fahima.
You heard me. You heard me. You heard me through the book. There's no way. You don't know.
You would like to see him, wouldn't you? To see him again. To save him from danger.
You're lying. You're lying. Prove it.
Prove it.
Fahima.
She raises her hand, and a vision of tear in the air opens up. And you see your father standing there. Wisps of darkness all around. He looks scared, and he holds a sword. And there are insect-like creatures all around him. Lily, you immediately recognize this scene.
Does it look anything about it look familiar? Anything about where he is? Anything about the darkness or the insects? Anything like that?
It looks familiar to Lily.
Right.
You dare hurt him. Don't you dare hurt him.
This is the scene I described to Vahima, yes?
Yes.
Dad, Dad.
Fahima.
Dad, can you hear me? Dad, don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. Where is he? Where is he?
I'm using this moment looking at his face to become as familiar with his face as possible.
Okay.
I think she's in our heads.
It's him.
That is a vision inside my head.
That's him.
Fahima, that is the vision that I had that I explained to you.
So it's true.
It's nothing new.
Join me, Fahima. Devote yourself to this cause. Become our fifth. Help us track down the last two wardens.
These are the people
And
who
get
destroyed
everything.
Bingle.
Get everything you've always wanted.
They've murdered dozens and hundreds.
Save Conroy Tig.
She's lying to you.
I can give it to you. I can give it all to you, Fahima.
Fahima, look at me. I love you. I will always love you.
If I go with you, you have to tell me where he is. You have to keep him safe. You have to spare Zanelka. You have to spare them.
He doesn't know where he is. That's the vision in my head.
I will not hesitate to make sure you never get a drop of my blood if you don't agree to my terms.
Your terms. I'm asking for an apprentice.
You're asking for a slave.
Some of us recognize our betters when we see them. This is your last chance.
Save them. Spare them.
Your friends?
And you'll tell me where my dad is.
We are not worth the world, Fahima.
Has he been with you? How long has he been with you? How long? How long?
Fahima, look at me.
I can't. I can't.
Fahima, look at me.
I can't.
That vision is exactly what is in my head. She does not know where your father is.
That doesn't mean it's not real.
No,
that doesn't mean it's not real.
It doesn't. So James, hold on. That doesn't mean it's not real. But Fahima, listen to me. That vision is in my head, and she has showed you nothing new. If she shows you something new, then let's start there. But she has showed you nothing that I don't already know.
Lily, if I don't go, you all die. You realize that?
If you go, Fahima, we all die.
World dies.
No. No.
Yes.
You have to agree to my terms. You have to.
Fahima, remember my words.
If you really think I'm the key,
You will kill us all.
How much do you want this power? How much?
How much do you want the power? What are your terms?
You spare them. You spare Zanelka. You don't touch them. And you tell me where my dad is. And you make sure he's safe.
Deal.
No!
Fahima,
Sorry.
join me in the secret room, please.
Oh, man.
We're gonna go to a secret room.
Oh,
Just the two of us. All right. You have made a decision. You leave your party, your teammates, your mentors and friends, and you join the other side.
Like, permanently? What do you mean?
You are released from the binds imposed by the motive sparks, and you are once again able to move. You step forward, and you look back at your friends, helpless, frozen there, bolts of lightning crackling around them. Then you take your place beside the Ashen Mage. I am pleased with this result. I will spare your friends as promised, and you will learn that I keep my promises. Always the compassionate one.
Don't act like you know me.
Oh, we are going to know each other very well.
How did you know? How did you know about Conroy? How did you know about me? What do you know? What do you know?
All in due time, dear. All in due time. The secret room ends. And we are back.
Where is she?
The four of you see Fahima push past you, walk forward, and stand at the Ashen Mage's right hand. You see the Ashen Mage turn and whisper something to her. Fahima talks back. She looks at all of you with tears in her eyes. And the Ashen Mage begins swirling her hands in a clockwise motion as wisps of dark energy trail behind her fingers. A tear, a hole opens up, a portal. Come now. It is time to go. Wait! Calcutta! We can take Sivrak too. You got what you wanted. We can take him. There is no cost. Siv, will you come with us as well? No. He is nothing. Less than nothing. Leave him. Come,
She
Vic.
thinks the exact same of you, Vic. And Uttenfurt? You know she doesn't think the best of you. This woman is a megalomaniac. and this alliance is doomed to fail.
Do as you're told, Vic. Vic drops her head, hearing what James has said. Looking at the Ashen Mage, who puts her arm around Fahima, gathering together Fardinald Ertenfurt and Jan Mo, who stands there heaving. Vic turns to Civ, looks him in the eye. Divine maelstrom stirs within me. From blessed shadow, where dawns thy faith. In that moment, Civ, you see Vic reach into her cloak. She locks eyes with you and whispers, "Find the grave of no Nezeron." Then her arm comes out of her cloak, a weapon in hand. She swings it wildly, and it connects with the side of the urn held in the arms of the Uggo clone. The urn bursts apart, shattering into shards of broken ceramic. You see the Ashen Mage start to yell, "No!" But it is too late. The fracturing of the urn causes an incredible explosion, an impossible, overwhelming eruption like a megaton bomb. You see its force expand out like a wave, sweeping through and across the mountain. The machines down below exploding too, thousands of hodgepodges vaporized, dragons pushed back and falling out of the sky. You see the body of Vic lifted up by the sheer magnitude of the blast and thrown, flipping and twirling through the sky, thousands of feet away. And the four of you, protected by the stasis you're held in, simultaneously knocked from it, regaining the ability to move, able to see the wave continue for miles across the Nelrim Mountains, a shockwave continuing through the entire continent, able to see just in that moment the portal closing up before you. The Ashen Mage and her team, Fahima, Yanmo, Fardinald Ertenfurt, gone.
Through the portal.
Escaped through the portal. And that is when Skyscorcher Peak erupts. And that's where we're going to end tonight.
No. I don't even know.
Welcome to Act 2.
Seriously, good lord.
My gosh. This felt like the secret scene at the end of the movie after the credits.
Look, as drained as I am, holy crap, Jeff.
Seriously.
That brain of yours. It shocks me every. Oh man, I'm just. You're incredible, dude. Just
Thank
gonna
you.
put it out
I
there. You're
appreciate
incredible,
that.
man.
Thank you. We have an incredible. Well, you guys are incredible, I must say. Supplying so much of that, and we have an incredible audience. We have truly an incredible group of watchers of the time stream, all of whom are showering us with. We got an evil yam from Down to Clown. We have love. From Guy Vox, Who Else Elliot, Celtic Mutt, Baby Librarian, Lazy Pixie, Nick Knox, Katrin, Chef Scott 68, Fail Waffle. We're in Act 2 next week. I hope you will join us. It's going to be a little different.
Yeah.
Choices.
What does that mean?
It's a game of choices.
What does that mean?
The game of choices.
It is.
And I'm so, so, so in love with exploring these choices with all of you. I'm so happy that Fahima made that choice. So excited to see what becomes of it. Like, where do we go? What happens now? We are very long on time, so we'll wrap up now.
Did we level up?
Yes.
Yeah!
We did level up. Thank you for asking. You are all level 9s.
I am
My
sad that
gosh.
Jessica's not here, though.
Oh, where's Jessica?
She is not coming back from the secret room. So, tune in next week to see what that means. Thank you all for your support, for watching. Please tell your friends about the show. Please vote. Vote. Choices matter. Choices matter. This is a game of choices. What better way to express your choice than by voting? We'll see you back next week. Until then, humankind. Be both.
Yes. I just wanted to take that moment there. To all of you who've played along and interacted with us throughout the evening, a very, very humble thanks. You know, normally when these things end, it's a party. It's exciting. It's joyous. We look forward to the week upcoming. But I'll tell you this much. I have a shattered heart this moment. It was hard to watch, but that's what makes this show so damn good. I want to thank everyone that shared our adventure. Please know that we love this show just as much as you do, and we wish it goes on forever and ever and ever. So, let's do this together. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to tell another friend to come watch the show live with us as we continue on. Hashtag the Dungeon Run. Please be sure to be here next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific, right here at caffeine.tv/the Dungeon Run, as the Dungeon Run continues. Yes, differently, but it continues. Make sure to click the star to follow the channel to get live notifications. And until next week, may the dice roll in your favor.